The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 4th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tracy Mann to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes. The gentleman from,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn Islamophobia in the United States, an alarming and dangerous trend that goes against the most basic values of our country. Hatred and religious discrimination don't make us safer, stronger, or more united. They do just the opposite. When fear and division are used by people in power, families in our communities are the ones who pay the price. When national leaders single out and demonize an entire faith or culture, it tells people that intolerance is acceptable, that cruelty is strength. Too often, the loudest voices of hate hear that signal clearly. And across our country, Muslim Americans are feeling that impact. Mosques have been threatened, families have been profiled, children have been made to feel like they don't belong in the only country they've ever known. It's wrong, it's unjust, and it's profoundly un-American. As members of Congress, we have a responsibility to stand up for fairness, freedom, and basic decency, because Islamophobia has real consequences. Families are afraid to report crimes, workers lose opportunities, students feel isolated, and American citizens are treated differently because of how they pray, how they dress, or where their parents were born. In Western New York, from Buffalo to Niagara Falls to the city of Lackawanna and everywhere in between, we know what it means to face discrimination, hate, and division, and we know the power of standing together united. My district is home to one of the largest Arab American communities in the country. Families came here for the same promise as generations before them, to build a better future for themselves and their children. They believe in the American dream. Neighbors in the city of Lackawanna came together in an act of love for the community and created Access of Western New York. Access helps families in crisis, supports young people, and gives immigrants and non-immigrants alike the tools they need to get on their feet. They bring people together instead of pushing them apart. That's what America looks like at its best. At a time when division feels constant, Western New York shows there's another way forward, one rooted in respect, compassion, and shared humanity. We all have a choice. We can allow hate to grow, or we can stand up and say it has no place here. I choose to stand against Islamophobia, and I urge my colleagues and all Americans to do the same. I yield back.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor an extraordinary public servant, a trusted leader and dear friend, my Chief of Staff, Ms. Christina Lee, who is actually retiring after a distinguished career in public service. And in this chamber, we often speak about policy, votes, and headlines, but behind every office, behind every member, there are people whose work rarely show up in congressional record. People who make the institution function, who keep the mission on course, and who serve quietly with excellence every single day. For years, she has been the steady hand guiding our office. She brought clarity when things were complicated, calm when things were chaotic, and purpose when the days were long. She understood that public service isn't about credit, it's about responsibility. And she carried that responsibility with integrity, discipline, and grace. As Chief of Staff, she did far more than manage schedules and operations. She shaped culture. She built a team that worked hard, treated people with respect, and never lost sight of why we're here, to serve the American people, and especially the veterans and families who depend on us. She has an uncommon ability to see both the big picture and the smallest details. She could navigate complex legislative strategy while never forgetting the constituent on the other end of the phone who just needed help. That balance, the human side of governance, paired with professional excellence, is rare, and that's what made her indispensable. In moments of pressure, she was unflappable. In moments of disagreement, she brought thoughtfulness, and in moments of decision, she was always guided by principle. I have relied on her judgment more times than I can count, and when I needed honest counsel, she gave it, and when it wasn't easy, when the offices needed leadership, she stepped forward without hesitation, and when the mission demanded long hours and personal sacrifice, she never asked for recognition. She simply got the job done. That kind of leadership doesn't happen by accident. It comes with character, from experience, and from a deep belief in service before self. Her impact extends well beyond my office. She has mentored young staffers who will go on to serve in Congress, the executive branch, and communities across the country. Her legacy lives on in the people she has trained, the standards she has set, and the examples she modeled every day. Public service is often described as thankless, and too often the people who give the most receive the least public recognition, and today we correct that. Ms. Lee has helped shape legislation, support veterans, solve real problems for real people, and strengthen this institution. She has done so with professionalism, humility, and unwavering commitment. And on behalf of the constituents of the Texas 8th Congressional District, on behalf of my staff, and on behalf of a member of Congress, I want to say thank you. Chris, your service has mattered. Your leadership has made a difference, and your example will continue to guide us long after you step away from this role. And as you begin the next chapter of your life, know that you leave with our deepest respect, our sincere gratitude, and our very best wishes. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Rick Garcia, a giant in the fight for equality in Illinois. I met Rick in the 1980s when being out, visible, and unapologetic came with real risk. We used to call each other primo, or cousin, because we shared the same last name. Rick believed that change didn't happen by accident and worked across political, religious, and community lines to build unlikely coalitions. He helped pass Illinois' landmark ban on discrimination based on sexual orientation. As a co-founder of Equality Illinois, Rick fought to ensure that love and identity are never grounds for discrimination. Rick's legacy lives on in the movements he helped build and the laws he helped pass, which are now as important as ever. May we honor his legacy in action. Rest in power, Rick. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, the price of groceries keeps going up. And starting this week, 4 million people per month will be pushed off their food stamps. In Illinois alone, 360,000 people will lose those benefits, all due to cuts from the big, ugly bill. Americans are being forced to go hungry as the president can pay for his terror campaign in our cities. Children, people with disabilities, and veterans will lose their ability to put food on the table. Food pantries are already seeing longer lines for services. Local grocers warn that this will impact them too, as people will be unable to shop for food. SNAP benefits are not just a safety net, they also foster economic activity and community stability. The president has made his priorities clear by cutting food assistance for millions of Americans to fund his agenda while families are pushed closer to hunger. They can lie, tell us to ignore what we see and experience, but the American people will not forget. I yield back.
Back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for 5 minutes.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, my Democrat colleagues, maybe not all of them, but what I just heard was a complete mischaracterization of the program integrity measures that Republicans put in the big, beautiful bill. And while the fraud, waste, and abuse is on display for all Americans, not only in Minnesota, but all across this country, we find it unacceptable. We believe that one of our first responsibilities here in the People's House is to steward the people's sacred treasure. And what we did was we put financial controls, anti-fraud measures, and again, program integrity reforms so that people who need these safety net programs can avail themselves, and they will not be drained anymore by people who are illegally in this country, ineligible, or who are able-bodied adults who just simply refuse to work. That's all. I mean, I think that's as we say, an 80-20 issue in this country. So no, people aren't starving and being thrown into the streets with no support who need it. We are protecting and preserving not only the tax dollar, but these important, critical safety net services for the American people who are eligible. And I'm grateful for that leadership from the president and from my Republican colleagues. And I can't imagine that most Democrats throughout this country actually support us protecting their tax dollars too. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a true West Texas giant and American hero, Mr. J.L. Stevens of Big Spring, USA, a World War II veteran who just turned 100 years old this past week. He is a living monument to the grit, courage, and quiet humility and service that define both West Texas and America's greatest generation. In 1943, at just 17 years old, Mr. Speaker, this gentleman enlisted in the United States Navy, serving as a gunner's mate aboard the USS Hamilton, where he directly engaged the enemy on D-Day while supporting the Allied invasion of Normandy. Despite suffering combat injuries in Europe, Mr. Stevens continued his service, which concluded in 1945 in the Pacific Theater, where he personally witnessed the signing of the Japanese Instrument of Surrender in Tokyo Harbor, bringing World War II to its official end. After the war, Mr. Stevens returned to his home in West Texas, where he worked as a carpenter, helping to build the firehouse there in Big Spring and the city's original VA hospital. Mr. Speaker, Mr. J.L. Stevens represents the very best of West Texas in his heroic service to our country and a lifetime of hard work, faith, and devotion to his family, to his community, and to this great country of ours. I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing him a happy 100th birthday and thanking him for a legacy of service that will long endure. Mr. Stevens, here's to many more. God bless you and God bless America.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Macbeth, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week began Black History Month. As second vice chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, I am proud to rise and put proper emphasis on this important annual recognition. All month long, I will be working to amplify the stories of notable Black Americans from Georgia's 6th Congressional District, and today I am particularly honored to kick off my constituent recognitions by sharing the story of a truly exceptional American. Dr. Hilliard Pouncey, Jr. was a student, a research scientist, and a beloved father and grandfather. But perhaps most notably, he was one of the original Tuskegee Airmen during World War II. Dr. Pouncey's accomplishments in life seem almost too extraordinary to be true. Born in Pritchard, Alabama, Hilliard lived with his grandparents to support them for many years of his childhood, a glimpse of what life was like before the advent of Social Security. In segregated Alabama, he navigated the obstacles required to receive an education. Hilliard had to travel to a neighboring county in order to complete his high school education. This didn't faze Hilliard. He finished as the valedictorian of his class. After high school, he went to Tuskegee in search of work and the furtherance of his education. After seeing black cadets march on campus and watching them fly airplanes, Hilliard said he just knew he would become a Tuskegee Airman. He loved the look of their uniforms and the promise of what kind of doors could be unlocked as a Tuskegee Airman. Through advanced training, Bombardier School and navigation training, Hilliard witnessed and experienced firsthand the obstacles and the challenges that men of color faced, even as some of the most highly skilled members of our nation's armed forces. Again, this did not faze him. He trained as a bombardier with the 477th Bombardment Group, and he was part of the remarkable history of the Tuskegee Airmen. Following his military service, Dr. Pouncey earned advanced degrees in chemistry, obtaining a PhD in organic chemistry. He enjoyed a long and distinguished career as a research scientist with Union Carbide, which took him all over the world. In retirement, Dr. Pouncey and his late wife, Ms. Maddie, retired to Austell, right in the heart of Georgia's 6th Congressional District. As a beloved resident at Presbyterian Village, he always took time to give back to his fellow residents and school children in our community. Dr. Pouncey passed away just before Christmas at the ripe age of 103. At his memorial service, I was struck by the stories that I heard of what a devoted public servant he remained long after he retired. Dr. Hilliard Pouncey truly represented the very, very best of us. Our nation has come a very long way since the days of Jim Crow, and I marvel at the progress of our American life seen through the eyes of a man, a truly original American citizen, the man of Hilliard Pouncey. And I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 1984 Walla Walla High School girls basketball team and to celebrate their long overdue recognition of their state championship victory. The 1979 and 1984 Walla Walla High School girls teams remain the only state basketball champions in WaHi history. Yet for more than 4 decades, the 1984 champion team had no victory cup to mark their achievement. What began as a casual conversation last spring has turned into a long-awaited correction of that injustice. This Saturday, after 42 years, the 1984 team will finally be recognized with a ceremony and the presentation of a specifically made championship trophy. These remarkable women represent the best of our communities, perseverance, teamwork, and pride that will stand the test of time. And now, finally, they will have a victory cup to recognize their significant achievement. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to give a shout out to the Walla Walla Union Bulletin for covering this story, a reminder that while we can sometimes be frustrated with the way media covers things politically, we always appreciate a local news source for these types of stories. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Driver and Lindsay families of Pomeroy County, whose century-long story tells the very best of rural America: perseverance, hard work, and renewal. Their history stretches from a hand-built homestead in the 1920s through decades of loss and reclamation to today's 800-acre hay operation that continues to be an anchor in their community. This year marks 3 remarkable milestones: 100 years since the original home was built, 80 years since the farm was reclaimed, and 20 years since the current operation began. The Driver and Lindsay families embody stewardship and resilience. They have tilled the same soil for generations, adopting through challenge and change, and ensuring this family legacy. Pictured right to me, to the right of me today, is one of the fifth generation of the Drivers family, and we know that he has much to look forward to as he builds his community on this wonderful family farm. Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 145th anniversary of the Spokane Tribe of Indians, a proud milestone honoring one of the Eastern Washington's oldest and most resilient communities. The Spokane Tribe recently hosted its 1881 powwow near Wellpennant, bringing together families, dancers, and community members to mark this anniversary with song, dance, and fellowship. The day was filled with vibrant drumming, traditional ceremonies, and shared meals that reflected the enduring spirit of the tribe. As the American flag and the Spokane Tribe flag flew side by side, this celebration stood as a powerful symbol of unity, resilience, and the living heritage that continues to enrich the inland Northwest. Mr. Speaker, I am not a native tribal member myself, but growing up in Eastern Washington, I did have time to play basketball with the Nez Perce tribe of Indians in Lapwai, close to my family home, and on several occasions was able to join and observe powwows. And if any of you in Congress or watching at home have not had the opportunity to attend a powwow, it truly is one of the best celebrations of our shared culture and history, and something that all Americans should attempt to do as we celebrate our 250th anniversary. But I'd close by again congratulating the Spokane Tribe of Indians on their leadership, tradition, and community pride. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, in the ever-changing landscape of community media, I am pleased to salute the 17th anniversary of the launch of Scarsdale 105.83, the online source for local news and information in the village of Scarsdale and in the neighborhoods of Hartsdale and Edgemont in the town of Greenburgh. Joanne Wallenstein, an advertising and marketing professional with a background in magazines and internet experience, is the driving force for this team that includes Wendy McMillan and Stacy Waldman. All three are committed Scarsdale volunteers for organizations like the local PTAs, the League of Women Voters, and numerous other community groups. This gives them the grassroots contact and the feel for what's happening every day that they report on regularly. And they report on what's happening by being there, in person, at event after event. The publication is truly local: high school sports stories, local meetings, recreational activities, neighborhood associations, and their activities. We recognize the hard work of Joanne and her colleagues, and from the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute this terrific effort to bring the whole of the community together. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize the outstanding programs provided by the Village of Dobbs Ferry that benefit the senior citizens of that community. Under the able leadership of Abby Connett, in a new center designed for their use, the Dobbs Ferry Seniors serves hundreds of seniors annually with a daily nutrition program at lunchtime, 5 days a week, and activities and programs to engage seniors of all ages. There are fitness classes daily, from Tai Chi and dance to chair yoga, and mental fitness programs, my favorite, sports trivia, and a variety of board games, Mahjong, Bridge, Rummy Cube, along with the classic senior staple, bingo. Abby and her talented crew host annual events such as an art show in May and the recent 20th annual Seniors Week in October with multiple activities. There are trips planned to shopping locales and tourist sites as well. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the work of the Dobbs Ferry seniors, the active and energetic members who show that age is more than just a state of mind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding work of the residents of the Bronx who labor tirelessly on behalf of their neighborhood, active in Bronx Community Board number 10. Most of the area is represented by my colleague, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, places like Throgs Neck, Pelham Bay, Westchester Square, and the like. But Community Board 10 also includes the major complex of Co-op City in my 16th Congressional District. Co-op City benefits from the leadership of Joseph Russo, chairman of the Community Board, and the excellent district manager, Matt Cruz. Co-op City residents on Community Board 10 include Board Secretary Nancy Rosario, Stephanie Woods, who chairs the Youth and Education Committee, and board members Janine Thomas, Stephanie Hazel, and Maritza Flood. The board has vibrant citizen committees engaged in every aspect of neighborhood life, economic development, housing and zoning, municipal services, parks and recreation, planning and budget, youth services and education, health and human services, and veteran services, with board members and community volunteers engaged together in dialogue and in action to serve the overall region. I'm pleased that Co-op City is a major contributor to the work of this board. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute Bronx Community Board 10 and its crew from Co-op City, serving the Boogie Down Bronx. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the extraordinary service and well-earned retirement of Cardinal Timothy Michael Dolan, whose leadership has profoundly shaped the Catholic faith in New York and across our nation. Since becoming Archbishop of New York in 2009, Cardinal Dolan has been a steadfast advocate for religious freedom, Catholic education, and the dignity of every person. He has led with both conviction and compassion and humor, reminding us that faith must always be lived out through service. Under his leadership, the Archdiocese of New York was strengthened in meaningful ways, including the reopening of dozens of Catholic schools, ensuring that families across our state continue to have access to education rooted in faith, values, and community. Beyond New York, Cardinal Dolan has become a respected national voice for the Church, guiding conversations with clarity, humor, and grace, and bringing people together in moments of challenge and celebration alike. I am honored to call Cardinal Dolan a friend. While he will be deeply missed as the leader of the Archdiocese of New York, I wish him the very best in his retirement and have no doubt that his voice and his witness will continue to inspire for years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Alfred Al Magnatta, who passed away just a week before what would have been his 101st birthday. At a young age, Al answered the call to serve his country during World War II, enlisting in the U.S. Air Force. Serving as a B-17 aerial gunner with the 8th Air Force was an experience that forever shaped his life. After returning home to New York, Al continued to serve his community by joining the Congress Fire Department, eventually serving as their fire chief, becoming the oldest fire chief in the department's history and its longest-serving member. Al continued to serve his community by providing leadership at the county level, helping guide emergency response efforts, mentoring future firefighters, and shaping fire service standards. Throughout his decades of service, he responded to countless emergencies and earned the respect of all who served alongside him. Al represented the very best of our community, and I extend my heartfelt condolences to his family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. His legacy will never be forgotten. May he rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary act of courage and public service by Ramapo Town Police Chief Daniel Dan Hyman, whose quick actions saved the life of a fellow neighbor. While off duty, Chief Hyman noticed smoke coming from a home, and after seeing a resident attempt to escape the fire, he immediately sprang into action. Without hesitation, he secured a ladder, climbed to the window the resident was attempting to escape from, and calmly coached the individual to safety. His quick thinking, bravery, and selfless action helped save a life from what would have been a tragedy. Chief Hyman joined the Ramapo Police Department in 1989 and has served his community with integrity, valor, and professionalism for more than 3 decades. His actions represent the very best of public service and our community. I commend Chief Hyman for leading by example and for reminding us what true heroism looks like in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary career of Robbie Schlaff, a devoted public servant who has spent her career protecting women, children, and families across Westchester County. Since 2013, Robbie has served as director of the Westchester County Office for Women, overseeing critical programs that support victims of domestic and family violence. She also serves as executive director of the Westchester County Family Justice Center, where she helped build a coordinated, victim-centered model that has become a statewide example. Earlier in her career, Robbie practiced family law, representing children and survivors of domestic violence, and served as a mediator in family court. She has been instrumental in developing initiatives such as the Domestic Violence High Risk Team and the PACE Women's Justice Center, earning national recognition, including the End Violence Against Women International Game Changer Award. In addition, she worked alongside Pete Granis in the New York State Assembly and the Department of Environmental Protection. As Robbie retires from her role, I am proud to recognize her unwavering commitment to protecting our communities, and having worked with her in County Executive Astorino's administration, I am deeply grateful for her public service and her friendship, and I wish her all the best in her well-earned retirement. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sonoris, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as every local business owner knows, every penny counts, especially during the holiday season. Elsa Dunez, owner of Paradise Gym in San Dimas, took this busy and valuable time to use their business to give back to the community by organizing a month-long fundraiser and toy drive to support the children and families of the City of Hope, one of the largest cancer research and treatment hospitals in the United States. Paradise Gym encouraged patrons and community members to donate new toys to children and their families, sharing the message that donating toys not only gives joy, but offers hope to those navigating cancer treatment and care for their loved ones. The support and community of Southern California is unlike any other, and I'm so proud to see our neighbors come together and give back. This is a true testament to the character of Paradise Gym and the power of community and service. Thank you to Elsa and the staff at Paradise Gym for your commitment to service. We are so grateful for you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge an outstanding accomplishment of Roromere Elementary School in La Puente, California, of the Roland Unified School District in California's 31st District. Roromere Elementary has been designated as a 2026 Seal of Excellence School by the California Association of Bilingual Education, one of only 4 schools in California awarded this designation, after undergoing an extensive review process. This award recognizes schools for their strong vision for biliteracy, multicultural competency, and educational equity. As a Spanish dual language immersion school, Roromere Elementary has demonstrated notable gains in academic achievement and bilingual proficiency among English learners using effective research-based instructional strategies. Roromere Elementary's success has been built through creation of a school-wide culture that embraces and celebrates developing students, bilingual language proficiency, and cultural awareness in grades TK through 6. The strong relationship built between Roromere's teachers, staff, and families has been central to the school's success. Congratulations to the team at Roromere Elementary for setting an amazing example for bilingual education. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize former Laverne Fire Chief Christopher Nigg for his distinguished time of service with the Laverne Fire Department. While in service at the department, he led significant operational and organizational advancements, strengthening emergency response, workforce readiness, and regional integration. Chief Nigg worked collaboratively with regional partners to enhance service and response delivery, fostering a culture of professionalism, trust, and shared accountability focused on serving the community. Notably, he led the department to streamline emergency response with an efficient ambulance operator program and establish a comprehensive succession plan for long-term organizational stability. I am so grateful for his leadership and service promoting safety for the community in California's 31st District. He will be remembered as a team player, fierce advocate for fire prevention, and as an innovator leader. We wish him the best in the next chapter of his life. Mr. Speaker, 2026 marks the 100th anniversary of the most famous road in the country, Route 66, and it travels right through the 31st Congressional District in California. Last month, the city of Azusa unveiled its Route 66 Centennial Monument and mural at the newly designated Route 66 Tribute Corner in honor of this historic highway. This new mural and monument is part of a series of monuments that will be unveiled from Chicago to Santa Monica. It's part of the official project organized by the U.S. Route 66 Centennial Commission. Mr. Speaker, we are excited that many will continue to get their kicks on Route 66 as we celebrate this historic highway that connected our community to the rest of the country and opened up a pathway for migration, tourism, and the development in the San Gabriel Valley and the great state of California. With that, I yield back.
Back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an organization that is near and dear to my heart, Scouting America. February 8th is National Scouting America Day, which recognizes the legacy of the organization and the young Americans who have gone from scouts to leaders in their communities. On May 17th, 1977, I became an Eagle Scout, myself as a member of Scout Troop 52 in Walker Township, Pennsylvania. Over the years, I've proudly held various leadership roles with Scout troops in Pennsylvania, including 2 separate stints as Scoutmaster for Troop 353 in Howard. During my time as Scoutmaster, I was honored to see many young men achieve the rank of Eagle Scout. Since the rank's inception, close to 3 million Scouts have earned Eagle Scout status. Scouting America, formerly known as the Boy Scouts of America, and actually it's still the name of the movement as chartered by Congress, was established in 1910 by William D. Boyce. The mission of the organization is to prepare our children for lives of impact and purpose. Since it was founded, more than 130 million young men and women have participated in Scouting America's programs. Mr. Speaker, at its core, Scouting encourages its members to leave our country and the world a little better than what they found it. Scouting America has helped build future leaders by combining educational activities and lifelong values with fun. Scouting founder, Lord Baden-Powell of England, defined Scouting as a game with a purpose. And through over a century of experience knows that helping youth is a key to building a more conscientious, responsible, and productive society. Now, I'm proud to co-chair the Congressional Scouting Caucus. This past summer, we welcomed dozens of Scouts from across the country to Camp Capitol Hill and Eagles on the Hill. This was an opportunity for Scouts to meet with representatives and showcase what they've learned or built as a Scout. It was an honor to see the various projects Scouts have completed. All of them demonstrated the important values of service, community, and character. Scouting demands physicality, innovation, curiosity, and for participants to enjoy the outdoors. It gives Scouts the opportunity to try new recreational activities like mountain biking, kayaking, and camping. All these activities are owed to the beautiful landscapes across our nation, an experience that a Scout will never forget. Scouts explore their interests and improve their skills while working towards Scouting's highest rank, Eagle. By first imagining, planning, then doing their own service projects, Scouts learn the value of hard work and the experience, the thrill of seeing it pay off. Scouts are known as leaders within their communities. Approximately 15% of all military academy cadets and midshipmen across the United States service academies are Eagle Scouts. And I'm grateful for the longstanding partnership between Scouting America and the Department of War. I can think of no better recruitment tool for our military than the lessons learned through Scouting. Mr. Speaker, Scouting has touched the lives of so many, and I'm proud of the way it has shaped our youth. Happy 116th birthday, Scouting America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because of something deeply troubling that is happening to one of the most treasured cultural institutions in our country, the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And yes, it is the John F. Kennedy Center. Over the weekend, the president announced, on Truth Social, of course, that he intends to shut down the Kennedy Center for approximately 2 years for so-called renovations. Since then, he's talked about leaving the building's steel fully exposed, raising questions about whether this is a renovation at all or something far more drastic. Let's take a step back. The Kennedy Center is not a private real estate project. It's not a campaign prop. It's not a vanity playground for demolition. It is a national cultural institution created by Congress in 1958 and later dedicated to President John F. Kennedy after his death. It opened in 1971 as a living memorial to a man who believed the arts were essential to democracy itself. The name, the mission, the existence all come from statute, law. And no social media post, no board reshuffle, no personal declaration has the legal authority to change that. For more than 50 years, the Kennedy Center has been a place where Americans of every background could come together to experience excellence in music, theater, dance, and culture. It was built to foster national unity, artistic expression, and America's creative spirit, not to feed the ego of a single individual. Unfortunately, over the past year, we've watched the systematic takeover. Board members fired, loyalists installed, programming politicized, and artists walking away in droves. The consequences were immediate. Though Donald Trump's hand-picked leadership has been suspiciously tight-lipped about the center's finances, they reportedly oversaw an 82% decline in theater subscriptions, a 57% drop in ballet packages, and a $1.6 million loss in ticket sales in just a matter of months. The decline was not because the buildings suddenly become dangerous. It is because artists and audiences rejected what the Kennedy Center has been becoming. And now, rather than reverse course, the president's solution is to close it for 2 years? According to reporting this week, many board members, staff, performers, and even Trump-appointed officials were blindsided by this announcement. There is no plan presented, no consultation, no transparency. The New York Times reports that budget documents describe needed maintenance, yes, but nothing that required shutting down the entire institution. In fact, the very official overseeing facilities said that just 2 months ago, there were no serious discussions about closing the center. So what changed? What changed is that the center could no longer sustain programming. Artists were pulling out. Performances were being canceled. Ticket sales were collapsing. With every bad story detailing what the center has become under President Trump's control, the more of a headache and source of embarrassment it became for the president. So now this renovation begins to look less like infrastructure work and more like a cover story for institutional failure. As the top Democrat of the Appropriations Subcommittee that oversees the Kennedy Center's funding, I can tell you this. We have repeatedly asked for financial information, for meetings, for transparency about what is happening inside the center. Our requests have been ignored. That should alarm every member of this body, because this is not just about a building. It is about whether Congress is going to allow a president to seize control of a congressionally created institution, run it into the ground, then unilaterally shut it down without oversight. Sadly, this is part of a much broader pattern. We have seen this administration's attacks on the National Endowment for the Arts, their attacks on the National Endowment for the Humanities, their interference in museums, including the Smithsonian, their political litmus test for cultural programming, and now the attempted transformation of the Kennedy Center into a monument to one man's personal brand. The Kennedy Center is the only memorial in Washington dedicated to President John F. Kennedy, a president who believed that art belonged to the American people, a president who believed culture was a public good. This takeover and the incompetence that's come with it is an insult to that legacy. The law is very clear. The Kennedy Center's name and mission are established by statute. Changing that requires
time has expired.
An act of Congress. And I will do everything in my power to make sure this institution stays the way it is. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yield back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend President Trump
for taking decisive action to confront one of the most devastating public health challenges that currently face our nation, the disease of addiction. With the launch of the Great American Recovery Initiative, President Trump is elevating our national response by coordinating federal, state, and community resources. This action by President Trump will expand access to treatment, to prevention, to long-term recovery, and support millions of Americans and their families. This initiative recognizes what addiction truly is, a chronic, treatable condition. This comprehensive effort reflects a shared American value that every life is worth saving and every individual struggling with addiction deserves a path to recovery. According to data collected in 2023, nearly 5,000 Pennsylvanians lost their lives due to fatal drug overdoses. That means that across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we lost 14 lives each day to addiction. Under the leadership of President Trump, I look forward to working with my colleagues here in Congress to support this initiative and ensure that it delivers real results for the families and those suffering with addiction across our country. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 90th birthday of Sister Paula Del Grosso. Sister Paula's religious vocation began in the 1950s, and after spending more than 30 years in education, she heard a different calling, a calling to serve her community in another way. She worked to establish the St. Vincent de Paul Food for Families Soup Kitchen. Sister Paula has worked with community leaders, with service organizations and supporters to operate the soup kitchen. And now, for more than 3 decades, she has lived her faith by feeding the hungry. As one of Sister Paula's many volunteers, I witnessed firsthand her commitment and her passion to serving her community. On her 90th birthday, I thank Sister Paula for her dedication and her devotion for those in need. Happy birthday, Sister Paula. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor George Lake of Huntington County, Pennsylvania, as the first recipient of the Pennsylvania Veteran Ag Entrepreneurship Award. After completing his service in the U.S. Marine Corps, George took the responsibility of owning the Thistle Creek Farms in Warriors Mark. George has transformed his family's 600-acre farm into a nationally recognized regenerative livestock operation which produces a premium beef brand. Motivated to help owners of small farms succeed, George also devotes time to mentoring fellow beef farmers. Thank you, George Lake. Thank you for your military service, and congratulations on receiving the Pennsylvania Veteran Ag Entrepreneurship Award. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 75th anniversary of the de Gaulle Organization, which is headquartered in Altoona, Pennsylvania. The origins of the family-owned and operated enterprise date to 1950, when Bruno and Lena de Gaulle purchased a masonry plant in Cambria County. Today, the de Gaulle Organization includes 7D Wholesale, de Gaulle Carpet, 7D Window and Door, Hollidaysburg Rail Car Services, and the Scotch Valley Country Club. In addition to driving economic growth and facilitating job creation, the de Gaulle Organization has supported communities through the Bruno and Lena de Gaulle Family Foundation. The foundation's philanthropy has funded numerous capital improvement projects, education initiatives, and nonprofit programs. With a distinguished legacy of leadership, I congratulate the entire de Gaulle family on this milestone anniversary and offer best wishes for continued success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound an alarm. To sound an alarm about something dangerous and dark and pernicious that is happening inside our government. And I recognize there are only a handful of my colleagues in the chamber to hear that alarm, a few folks in the gallery. but I pray that Americans writ large will hear it. George Orwell, in his famous book 1984, wrote of a time when the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. His warning proved prescient because today, the Trump administration asks the American people to ignore what they see with their own eyes and what they hear with their own ears, which is the complete corruption of their government from the inside out. The Trump administration's pay-to-play schemes are literally ripping off hardworking American taxpayers as we speak. We see the evidence everywhere. A $10 billion payout that Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, now demands from his own Treasury Department in a lawsuit that he filed against the IRS. And by the way, who does he demand pay him this $10 billion? The American taxpayer. Countless pay-to-play schemes, vanity projects that have consumed his administration, all paid by American taxpayers. They are stripping the pocketbooks of Americans to line their own. Last weekend, The New Yorker reported that the president and his family have raked in $4 billion in personal profits by leveraging the presidency. Think about that, $4 billion. And you know, the most salient example of this, by the way, we just learned about in the last 7 days. An expose by the Wall Street Journal about a scheme that the Trump administration engaged in last year. The Trump family, according to these public reports, sold a 49% stake in their crypto company to a member of the Emirati royal family. They did so for nearly $500 million. We don't know every detail of this transaction. We do know that the Trump family received $187 million from that transaction, a payday, entangling the president's financial interests with a foreign country. And months later, we know that the Trump administration approved a crypto deal with the UAE that included transferring advanced U.S. technology and AI chips. Mr. Speaker, this is corruption, plain and simple. It is the prioritization of personal profit over the national security interests of our country, the country we all love so dearly. It is wrong. It is immoral. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say nothing. Worse, some of them defend this conduct, notwithstanding that they know it is unlawful, that it is violative of our Constitution. We have an emoluments clause, Mr. Speaker, for a reason. The Foreign Emoluments Clause was one of the few provisions to survive and be transferred from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution in 1787. It was contemplated for precisely a scenario as this one. George Mason, one of our founding fathers, during the Constitutional Convention, he warned his fellow delegates that if we do not provide against corruption, our government will soon be at an end. His words, they are as true today as they were when he said them 240 some odd years ago. It is shameful, the lack of courage from my Republican colleagues. It is repugnant to the constitutional order that we all have been sworn to defend, to protect, to vindicate. So the question I have, Mr. Speaker, for my Republican colleagues, for every American of good faith is, when is enough enough? How many sweetheart
Gentleman's
deals
time has
will
expired.
Republicans refuse to
Gentleman's
condemn?
time has expired.
The corruption must end, Mr. Speaker.
Expired.
The corruption must end.
Gentleman is no longer recognized. The chair reminds members not to refer to the persons in the gallery. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's go back to the year 1919. We had just 48 states. World War I had just ended, but we called it the Great War because we didn't know there was going to be another. Charlie Chaplin had just released a short silent film called Sunnyside. Before talking pictures would be all the rage, in this very chamber, the House voted to send the 19th Amendment, giving women the right to vote, to the states for ratification. Today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the 106th birthday of someone born that year, an American hero named Hazel Wamble of Jacksonville, Florida, who is today one of our nation's oldest living veterans. Here she is, surrounded by friends and family. Born on Christmas Eve in 1919, Hazel would go on to serve her country with extraordinary courage in World War II. Hazel enlisted in the Navy Reserves and served as an operating room nurse at U.S. naval hospitals from Portsmouth to Newport and even overseas in Bermuda. In the darkest days of the war, she answered her country's call with the steady hands and a nurse's calm demeanor, holding the line not with a rifle, but with a life-saving skill and unwavering resolve. She earned the World War II Victory Ribbon and the American Theater Ribbon, continuing her service to our nation until her medical discharge in 1953. At 106 years young, Hazel is not a page in our history book. She's a living chapter of American courage. Her life reflects a generation shaped by sacrifice, strengthened by service, and sustained by quiet resolve. Mr. Speaker, we honor Hazel Wamble, not only for the years she has lived, but the example she has set. Today, we celebrate an American who continues to inspire us all more than a century after her journey began. Happy 106th birthday, Hazel. America is very proud of you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Acosta, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring attention to a serious and I think growing public safety and public health concern that I think requires congressional action. That's the operation of illegal and unregulated biological laboratories that we see in communities throughout our country. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting legislation that I've introduced that was responsible from the committee that made a series of recommendations, House Committee, preventing illegal laboratories and protecting public health and stopping health threats. Many of us became aware in the San Joaquin Valley about this issue when in 2023, an illegal biolab was discovered operating in my district in Reedley, California. Local officials uncovered a clandestine operation storing biological materials, laboratory equipment, and medical waste, and dangerous pathogens like malaria, like COVID, like HIV, and thousands of laboratory mice in unsafe conditions, all inside a warehouse located near residential areas. It was not a licensed facility. It was operating in the shadows without proper licensing or permits. And why? Ostensibly, the reason was to develop medical kits for COVID testing and for pregnancy testing. But clearly that was not the case. Local authorities initially lacked the clear tools and resources to determine what hazards they were dealing with or how to safely respond. The situation placed local law enforcement officers, code enforcement staff, and nearby residents at serious risk. It required coordination of local, state, and federal agencies to fully assess the threat and dismantle this operation, and it was slow in coming. Now, over the weekend, some of you have noted probably a national story in Las Vegas where there was the reported of a discovery of a new lab, and that materials are under investigation and related to the biolab, the illegal biolab that was created in 2023 in Reedley, California. This does not surprise me. We cannot assume that communities across the country are immune from similar risks. Many jurisdictions simply do not have the expertise, federal support needed to quickly identify and respond to unauthorized biological operations. And that's why I've introduced the legislation based upon committee recommendations. Bipartisan legislation aimed at strengthening federal coordination, improving oversight, helping close regulatory blind spots, and allowing authorizing facilities that have allowed unauthorized facilities to operate undetected. This will, we hope, ensure local communities have the access and the resources necessary when a biological threat emerges. Too often, local officials are asking, who do we call? Who has the authority? Who has the expertise? Our legislation helps answer those questions before another emergency unfolds. First responders should not have to walk into an unknown biological environment without clear federal support. Parents should not have to worry about hazard materials being stored in facilities next door to schools and residential areas. Communities deserve transparency and safeguards, whether the incident occurs in California, Nevada, or anywhere else in the country. This is important that we protect our constituents from a larger crisis. The legislation would strengthen oversight, coordination, and response mechanisms that can prevent the confusion and reduce the risks. I urge my members on both sides of the aisle to review these two pieces of legislation and to become co-sponsors. Together we can ensure that federal agencies, state authorities, and local communities are better equipped to address this unauthorized biological operations that would prevent threats in their areas. Public demands that we provide preparedness, and preparedness demands action. Let me also thank local officials that acted responsibly when they were first determined they had a problem. Code Officer Jesselyn Harper from the City of Reedley, City Manager Nicole Ziba, Mayor of the City, Mayor Tuttle, and the City Council, and Supervisor Nathan Massig. All of these work together with our office to, in fact, act on the situation in Reedley, California. I urge that we act on this legislation so that people around the country can feel safe from any kind of illegal biological labs that may crop up in their communities. Together we can close these gaps, support the communities, and keep our constituents safe. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Beth Ragland, who I call my honorary mother, and a remarkable Nebraskan who is celebrating her 90th birthday this week. Beth represents the spirit of our district. After the passing of her husband, Ken, she chose not to slow down, but to keep moving forward with a purpose. She returned to the classroom, pursued her long-held interest in law, and earned a degree with a perfect 4.0 grade point average. She went on to serve as an intern at the Sarpy County Courthouse, where her curiosity and work ethic stood out immediately. I know firsthand that the county attorney from Sarpy, Lee Polikoff, values her hard work and support. Beth is an inspiration to her fellow students. She reminded them and all of us that learning, service, and ambition never end at any stage of life. Her unyielding spirit inspires us all to work hard for whatever we desire, and her generosity, resilience, Christian spirit, and joy for learning continue to uplift everyone around her. On behalf of Nebraska's 2nd District, I wish Beth Ragland a very happy 90th birthday and thank her for being such a powerful example of perseverance and purpose, and my friend. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Black History Month, I rise today to honor 2 community leaders and 2 outstanding youth for their contributions to the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska. Brenda Constable has been described as a pure force, a trailblazer, a fighter, and a leader who has paved the way for so many in Omaha. As a prominent politician and community leader from North Omaha, she has established a historic career marked by several firsts for African American women in Nebraska. She was the first African American woman to serve on the Omaha City Council and president of the Omaha School Board, and first to serve in the Nebraska Unicameral. She served on the Omaha Board of Education for 11 years and is president of the National Caucus of Black School Board Members and state senator for the 11th Legislative District. Council has held leadership roles in many organizations, such as the Urban League of Nebraska, North Omaha Community Care Council, and United Way of the Midlands. Ms. Council has been married to her husband, Arthur, for 40 years. Together, they have one son and 5 grandchildren. Fred Conley is a pioneering figure in Nebraska politics, recognized as the first African American elected to the Omaha City Council. His career, spanning over 50 years, is defined by breaking racial barriers and advocating for the revitalization of North Omaha. Raised in Omaha, Mr. Conley is a veteran of the U.S. Air Force. His political career was born from community activism, specifically the right for district-based voting. Prior to the city's removal from at-large elections, a system that historically marginalized black candidates, Conley ran for the city council twice. Following the transition to district elections in 1981, Mr. Conley was elected to represent North Omaha and dedicated his efforts towards infrastructure and economic development. His leadership was recognized by his peers, who elected him city council president. In 1988, Mr. Conley served as Omaha's first African-American acting mayor. Mr. Conley's legacy includes the enforcement of fair housing laws and the physical reclamation of community landmarks. He was instrumental in the naming of the Malcolm X Park and was supporting Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. His continued civic work through service on the Papio, Missouri River National Resources District Board and as founding member of 100 Black Men of Omaha leaves a great mark in our city. Mr. Conley and his wife Teresa have 3 children and have resided in the same North Omaha district. They've dedicated themselves for over 40 years. Ursel Banks IV exemplifies resilience in the face of adversity. Despite its significant academic disruptions caused by chronic battle with sickle cell disease, Banks utilized mentorship from 100 Black Men of Omaha to regain his academic standing. He's a dedicated member of the chorus, drill team, and marching band. Mr. Banks is an unstoppable force who transforms health challenges into an opportunity for personal and academic growth. Mara Johnson Anthony is a high-achieving high school student who maintains a 4.0 GPA with AP courses. She balances academic rigor with leadership in volleyball, the art club, and Girls Inc. Eureka program. Her extensive history of community service includes the Open Door Mission and organizing gift drives for overseas troops and local seniors. Ms. Anthony is noted for her compassionate leadership and is a role model for her peers. I greatly admire these leaders in the 2nd District of Nebraska. They make our district better and our community better. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week marks 3 years since a Norfolk Southern train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio, 3 years since toxic chemicals burned in the sky, families were forced from their homes, and a small town became a warning sign for what happens when corporate negligence meets congressional inaction. For the people of East Palestine, this anniversary is not symbolic. It is personal, and it is ongoing, and it is a constant reminder of a Congress who continues to put profits and corporations over people. From the very beginning, I have shown up for this community. I don't represent East Palestine, Ohio, but within weeks of the derailment, I traveled there and I met with residents. I pressed FEMA, the EPA, the CDC, Health and Human Services, and the Department of Transportation for answers and resources. I helped secure an EPA order forcing Norfolk Southern, not taxpayers, to pay for the cleanup and remediation. And when families were told that they may be taxed on disaster relief, I fought to change the law and succeeded. In 2024, President Joe Biden signed the East Palestine Tax Relief Act. That is what accountability looks like. That is what results look like. But 3 years later, the most important question remains unanswered. What has Congress done to prevent this from ever happening again to East Palestine or any other American city? And the answer is not enough. That is why this week I'm introducing the Railroad Safety and Accountability Act to protect labor and public interest voices in rail safety decisions, voices federal regulators have tried to push aside. And that's why I continue fighting for passage of the Bipartisan Rail Act. led by Democrats and Republicans representing Ohio. It is one of the most comprehensive rail safety proposals before Congress. The bill would require two-person train crews, increase inspections, especially for trains carrying hazardous materials, strengthen emergency notification so first responders are not left in the dark, raise penalties for safety violations, and address the exact equipment failures that caused the East Palestine train derailment. The RAIL Act is supported by rail workers, local governments, and bipartisan lawmakers, Democrats and Republicans in and out of Ohio. And yet, for 2 consecutive Congresses, House Republican leadership has refused to even give the bill a hearing. That is not gridlock, that is a decision, and a terrible one at that, a decision to put profits over people. Since the derailment, President Trump, Vice President Vance, members of the cabinet, Ohio Republicans have all visited East Palestine, held press conferences, and promised action. But here's the reality. 3 years later, this Republican House has not passed a single rail safety law to prevent another East Palestine. And not even that, not just a law passed, there hasn't even been a hearing. On February 3rd, 2025, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy made the following statement. In partnership with Trump-Vance administration and Congress, U.S. DOT will work to advance rail safety. As President Trump has pledged, we will ensure the people of East Palestine are not forgotten, and we will use every resource to prevent other communities from enduring what they experienced. During a transportation and infrastructure hearing last year, I asked Secretary Duffy directly what concrete steps are being taken to stop another derailment like this one. I asked him directly and specifically had he worked with the chair of the committee to move forward any legislation. His answer was no. Further, he said he talked about it on Fox News before anyone else. But here's a news flash for Secretary Duffy and House Republicans. Talking on television does not make trains safer. Talking on television does not make our community safer. Talking on television does not do what East Palestinian residents have access to do for over 3 years. Press conferences do not replace legislation, and communities cannot rebuild on empty words. Meanwhile, large corporations continue to resist stronger national safety rules and real accountability while pursuing massive corporate expansion and relying on congressional inaction to protect its bottom line. Monitoring the damage after disaster matters, but monitoring alone is not prevention. Studying the aftermath is not the same as fixing the cause. And Mr. Speaker, the contrast is clear. I have legislated, I have shown up, I have questioned those in power and refused to let East Palestine be forgotten. Others have toured the site, issued statements, and moved on while blocking the very reforms that would keep another town from becoming another headline and a disaster. 3 years later, East Palestine has heard plenty of promises, many pledges, but Congress and the administration have not delivered the safety laws to stop the next disaster. East Palestine deserves action. America deserves action. We deserve accountability. We deserve a Congress that puts people over profits, and I will keep fighting until that happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call for Congress to act with urgency to address the alarming news that we have just heard from Las Vegas of the discovery of yet another illegal, dangerous biolab run by Chinese nationals. In 2023, when the secret lab in Reedley, California came to light, thanks to the tremendous efforts of local officials there, I gave several speeches on this floor calling attention to the danger this posed to all Americans. I noted that we don't know how many similar such labs might be out there. After I requested an investigation, the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party reached a similar conclusion, that we don't know what other such labs might be out there. Well, unfortunately, it turned out to be true that we had reason for concern, because the lab that was just discovered in Las Vegas is run by the same individuals, but in the same sham LLC as the one that was uncovered in Reedley. What's more, officials described there materials and equipment that are consistent with the operation that was going on in Reedley. Commercial grade freezers and refrigerators, equipment for processing biological materials, thousands of vials, which are now under examination from the FBI. In Reedley, the pathogens that were discovered included E. coli, Ebola, malaria, HIV, tuberculosis, and we have every reason to believe that these same dangerous pathogens have been found in this latest Las Vegas lab. But the question still remains, Mr. Speaker, how many other such labs are out there? As my colleague from Fresno, Mr. Costa, just said on this floor, many local communities simply don't have the ability to uncover these things on their own. That's why we need a national framework. We need national resources. We need more national oversight, and that's precisely what my bill, co-authored together with Mr. Costa, a bipartisan bill, will do. So I'm calling today for an immediate markup of this legislation so we can get it passed through the House, signed into law, and protect our communities. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to provide a brief update on California high-speed rail, which thankfully in an overwhelming bipartisan vote, this House just voted to cut funding off for, and the President just signed that legislation into law. We are also now raising questions about what has happened to the $17 billion that has already been spent, and whether perhaps there might be fraud at issue, or at least waste or a lack of diligence in the use of taxpayer funds. I don't think it's any coincidence that as these efforts ramp up, the legislature is now considering a bill, which the governor himself provided language for in a budget trailer bill, seeking to keep records related to high-speed rail secret, seeking to make it so this particular project it has a greater ability to keep information secret than anything else in the public domain in California. It just goes to show you how desperate the political leaders in California are, starting with the governor, to avoid any accountability here. The governor, for his part, by the way, yesterday held a big ceremony with much hoopla about a supposed milestone for high-speed rail, which is to say the completion of a single railhead in Kern County. Now, I'll remind the governor that this is the year 2026. The high-speed rail project was supposed to be complete, having a full-fledged high-speed rail system from Los Angeles to San Francisco 6 years ago in 2020. And yet we're supposed to get excited about the completion of a single railhead in 2026? Mr. Speaker, after 17 years and $17 billion, there still has not been any track laid for this project. The New York Times estimated that it won't be finished this century at the current pace. Even the rosiest, most optimistic projections of the authorities are that by 2045, almost 20 years from now, we might have a line that goes from Gilroy to Palmdale, which would mean that if you wanted to go from LA to San Francisco, you'd have to take one transit system 2 hours, get off that, get on the high-speed rail, then get off that in Gilroy and take another transit system 2 hours to get into San Francisco. A 6-hour trip with 3 transit systems in 2045 that you could do today in 1 hour on Southwest Airlines. Mr. Speaker, we have cut off federal funding for this boondoggle. It is time for the state to do the same and stop wasting the precious dollars of our hardworking taxpayers. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the service of the Orange Fire Chief, Sean Dimitropoulos, who is retiring from the city of Orange after 30 years of stellar service. Chief Dimitropoulos began his career in 1995 and worked his way up to be fire chief. In addition to serving our community, Chief Dimitropoulos also stepped up to serve our great country by serving on FEMA's Task 5 force that included a 20-day deployment to support Hurricane Katrina victims. Chief Dimitropoulos has always led by example by dedicating his life to keeping City of Orange safe. Sean, congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. And Sean, Thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the heroic actions of my neighbor, Otoniel Gomez. Mr. Gomez lives in Santa Ana with his family. On December 5th, tragedy struck. The Gomez family woke up to the smell of smoke. Otoniel jumped out of a second-story window to escape the fire. Then, without missing a beat, he grabbed ladders to help his wife, children climb to safety. Thanks to his bravery and quick thinking, the entire Gomez family, including their dog Laika, escaped without injury. That night, Mr. Gomez did show us what true bravery is all about. Otoniel, I pray that your family continues to recover from the loss of your home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of Doris Ann Hirota Derleth. Doris was a Santa Ana resident, the youngest of 7, and she was born at the beginning of the Great Depression in Rochester, New York in 1932. She went on to attend nursing school in Chicago, where she met her husband, Tomio, where they both began their life of service to others. In 1965, Doris and Tomio bought their home in Santa Ana, California, where they raised 8 children, countless grand and grandchildren. And it was in this same house on January 14th that Doris passed away at the age of 93. Doris was surrounded by her family, sending her back to heaven, where they all know she came. Doris, your legacy memory will live on with your family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of World War II and Korean War veteran Howard Cook. During World War II, Howard served in the Army's elite 10th Mountain Division, America's only mountain and winter warfare fighting unit. This unit, the 10th Mountain Elite, was formed to defeat the Nazis who were entrenched high up in the snowy mountains of Italy. This unit, they were skiers, champions, mountain climbers, European mountaineers. And after intensive training atop the Colorado Rockies, they climbed Italy's Riva Ridge and defeated the Nazi troops in a surprise attack, but not without paying a heavy price. Nearly 1,000 soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division were killed, and some 4,000 were wounded. After 4 months of fighting the Germans, they were successful, and the Germans surrendered. Howard lived to be 101 years old, making his final journey to heaven just last month. And I say to you, Howard, my very good friend, your memory will live on, and your heroism will continue to inspire all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, President Trump signed a funding bill into law that did more than just end a partial government shutdown. It corrected a serious wrong. Buried deep inside the funding bill that the Senate passed and sent to us last November was a hidden provision that never should have seen the light of day. It was quietly inserted without transparency, without debate, and without notice to House leadership. It allowed a handful of United States senators to sue taxpayers for the rogue actions of the last administration. It enabled them to seek $500,000 for having their phone data seized by the Biden FBI, $500,000 per occurrence. This could have resulted in millions of tax dollars lining the pockets of a select group of United States senators. No doubt they were the architects of this provision. That's not accountability, that's corruption. Nevertheless, Leader Thune and these senators forced the House to swallow that provision in order to reopen the government after 43 long days. Families across the country were hurting. Pay for our troops was in jeopardy. Our airports were facing serious safety risks. In the meantime, congressional Democrats were referring to the shutdown as leverage. Ultimately, House Republicans voted to fund the government and end the suffering. However, we never lost sight of undoing the self-serving money grab from taxpayers by a select group of senators. Hours before our vote, I introduced the first standalone bill to kill that provision. I also co-sponsored Representative Austin Scott's legislation, which achieved the same outcome. It passed the House unanimously. Yet, just like the SAVE Act, the bill sat on Leader Thune's desk week after week, month after month. So I introduced a resolution that would have enabled Speaker Johnson to argue the unconstitutionality of the Senate payday provision and ask the courts to strike it down. I even attempted to insert a repeal amendment into the National Defense Authorization Act. But when we sent our funding bill to the Senate last week, we gave Senate leadership a taste of their own medicine and forced them to choose between the Senate payday or reopening the government. Let me be very clear. I support real accountability. Last October, I signed on to a letter urging Attorney General Pam Bondi to launch a criminal investigation into the activities of Special Counsel Jack Smith and consider possible Fourth Amendment violations during Operation Arctic Frost. That deserves scrutiny. That deserves answers. It doesn't merit restitution paid for by hardworking waitresses, truck drivers, and small business owners. Hardworking taxpayers shouldn't be punished to put millions in the pockets of a select group of senators. The Tennesseans I represent have suffered enough because of the many failed policies of the last administration, and they shouldn't be forced to pay more. The House prevailed in putting a stop to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to introduce the Qualified Immunity Accountability Act because no one is above the law or the Constitution. Across this country, we are witnessing a dangerous pattern. Federal law enforcement officers, specifically ICE agents, operating with near total impunity. We have seen constitutional rights violated, and we have seen communities terrorized. We have seen American citizens harmed and tragically killed without meaningful accountability and reform. And time again, the Department of Homeland Security has failed to act or rein in its agents. This is not how we uphold the rule of law in this country. Qualified immunity protects government officials, including police officers, from being held liable in civil lawsuits. Qualified immunity was meant to be a good faith protection to protect good faith officers from frivolous lawsuits. But that is not how it functions today. In practice, qualified immunity has become a get-out-of-jail-free card, a legal shield that blocks accountability even when an officer violates someone's constitutional rights or uses excessive force when none was needed. And I know this because as an attorney, I have tried these exact cases in court. My bill changes that. The Qualified Immunity Accountability Act lowers the standard for prosecution so federal law enforcement can be held accountable when they violate an individual's civil rights. It makes clear that no federal agent, ICE included, is above the Constitution, and when rights are violated, there will be real consequences. This bill simply reaffirms what is in the Constitution. It protects law enforcement who act in good faith while ensuring that those who abuse their power cannot hide behind a doctrine that was never intended to excuse misconduct. Accountability strengthens public safety. It builds trust between communities and police. Proper accountability does not weaken this. There are so many brave law enforcement officers who do their jobs, serve their communities with honor and distinction. But unfortunately, we have had some bad apples who are spoiling the bunch, and in doing so are actually making it unsafe for law enforcement to do their jobs. Across the country, ICE agents have conducted raids without warrants, detained U.S. citizens, used excessive force, and torn families apart, often with little oversight and no consequences. Communities are left traumatized, afraid to report crimes, afraid to seek medical care, and afraid to leave their homes to live their daily lives. This is not public safety. This is government-sanctioned fear. When an agency can violate the Constitution and face no accountability at all, that agency is not enforcing the law, it is undermining it. The Constitution guarantees due process. It guarantees equal protection. It guarantees freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. Those rights are not optional, and they are not discretionary. They are not suggestions. They do not disappear because someone wears a badge. This bill sends a simple message. If you violate someone's civil rights, you will be held accountable no matter who you are. I originally submitted this bill as an amendment to the ICE funding bill that was voted on yesterday, but Republicans in this House refused to even have any amendments on this important issue even considered. It is clear that they want to continue to give Kristi Noem and Donald Trump the green light to continue terrorizing our communities and have untrained ICE agents run rogue, killing American citizens. This is not how trust is rebuilt, and this is not how we restore faith in the rule of law. And that is not how we honor the oath that every public servant takes to support and defend the Constitution. Justice can never be conditional, and accountability can never be optional. I urge my colleagues to support the Qualified Immunity Accountability Act, pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and stand on the side of the Constitution, the rule of law, and the basic principle that justice must apply equally to everyone. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the fine gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor the retirement of Mr. Ronnie Fender after 44 years of extraordinary judicial service to Cook County, Georgia. For more than 4 decades, Judge Fender has served with integrity, with patience, and an unwavering commitment to justice as a justice of the peace and as a magistrate judge. His courtroom has been a place not only of law, but of fairness and respect for all who appear before him. Beyond the bench, Judge Fender was an educator who shaped minds with the same care and wisdom he brought to the law. His influence extends far beyond written rulings. It lives on in the countless people he taught, mentored, and served. Though retiring from full-time service, Judge Fender will continue contributing as a senior magistrate judge on an as-needed basis and as a court bailiff. We are grateful for that continued dedication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the invaluable role of pharmacists in supporting older adults as they navigate the difficulties of medication management. This expertise is especially vital as we age, when new prescriptions, changing doses, and potential drug interactions become more common, influenced by slower metabolism, reduced kidney function, and heightened drug sensitivity. Pharmacists, after 6 to 8 years of rigorous training, including a Doctor of Pharmacy degree, serve as trusted experts in how medications work, interact, and affect aging bodies. Through services like medication therapy management, they review entire regimens, including prescriptions, over-the-counter products, vitamins, and supplements, to identify duplicates, unnecessary drugs, or risky combinations that could lead to dizziness, falls, or confusion. Pharmacists ensure medications are effective and taken correctly while offering simplified routines, clear explanations of benefits and side effects, adherence tools such as pill organizers and synchronized refills, and convenient delivery options. Pharmacists provide accessible guidance anytime, empowering informed decisions that promote safety, independence, and healthy aging. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to recognize the monuments being dedicated to the ancient Scottish Rite Valley of Savannah, Georgia. The birth of the Scottish Rite dates back to 1801, when the Supreme Court of the 33rd degree for the United States of America and the first Supreme Council in the world was established. The Scottish Rite of Freemasonry seeks to better its members and strengthen their communities by teaching and promoting brotherly love, tolerance, and truth. The Rite embraces strong social, moral, and spiritual values that include compassion and dedication to God, family, and country. These monuments serve as symbols of all the values of Scottish Rite stands for. Thank you to the generous donors, illustrious brother Albert Nelson Jr. and Lady Nellie, Dr. and Sir Knight James Arnold and Lady Barbara, illustrious brother Charles White and Lady Nordine, and brother Morgan Durst and Lady Pam for their kind contributions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize science teacher Bill Eswine, who has decided to retire at the end of the school year after 54 years of service to Savannah Country Day School. Mr. Eswine was originally hired in 1972, and through his enthusiasm, adaptability, and love for teaching, has taught science to generations of children. His impact is visible across the school's campus and the Savannah community, serving as director of the Coastal Ecology Camp and caretaker to various campus educational gardens. Beyond Country Day, Mr. Eswine has been recognized as Teacher of the Year and honored by organizations such as the Garden Club of America, the Georgia Independent School Association, and the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. His commitment to education and fondness for learning has made a lasting difference in Savannah. Congratulations, Mr. Eswine, on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Desaulniers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight the dedicated work of the staff that I get to work with and who work for me. Mr. Speaker, I've served my community in the Bay Area as a city council member, a mayor, a county supervisor, a state assembly member, a state senator, and now as a member of the House of Representatives. In all of those years, one of the keys to our success and our engagement has been the dedicated public servants who have worked for me in all of those capacities. They are the people I want to talk about today. At community centers, healthcare clinics, schools, small businesses, town halls, and more, our staff and I encountered tens of thousands of Californians. At these stops, I heard from families across California 10 about the urgent need to lower the cost of living, make everyday essentials more affordable. We heard from healthcare providers and patients about the looming harm of cuts from the big ugly bill to Medicaid, called Medi-Cal in California, and the Affordable Care Act. We heard from students and teachers about the growing need for federal support for education and specifically for special education. We heard from seniors worried about threats to their Social Security and Medicare. And overwhelmingly, we heard from constituents about the deep concerns of the actions of the current administration, both here in our communities, in our country, and abroad. Day in and day out, our team and I answered phones and read constituent emails and letters. Over the past year, we registered and responded to more than 170,000 constituent opinions in our district. When constituents call our offices here in Washington, in Walnut Creek, California, and Antioch, California, they speak to real people. We answer the phone. Sometimes that person is even me, which has led to some interesting conversations. Every single constituent receives a written response quickly. One of the statistics I am most proud of this year is that we hosted 23 town halls. Under the lawlessness and the chaos of the current administration, town halls and community meetings are more crucial than ever. Since coming to Congress, I have hosted almost 300 community town halls. And in 2025, we hosted more town halls than in any prior year and connected with thousands of constituents across our community at these events. Outside of town halls, our team is still crisscrossing our district. They attended more than 370 community events in 2025 alone. Sometimes the only people who ever interconnect with congressional congressional members' offices is because they need help desperately with a federal agency. We're the last people they call desperately for help. Thanks to our casework team's compassion and persistence, we helped nearly 1,500 constituents in 2025, assisting with everything from immigration to Social Security. Here in Washington, D.C., our legislative team was also hard at work. Last year, I authored 11 pieces of legislation and sponsored more than 200 bills. We used all of the tools at our disposal to hold the administration accountable in sending a voice for our constituents from 3,000 miles away here to this chamber, sending dozens of oversight inquiries, joining amicus briefs, and more to protect our constituents. Mr. Speaker, Tip O'Neill famously once said, "All politics is local." I want to thank my staff for living that admonition from Speaker O'Neill. Altogether, I hope this work helps people back home see that this House, that Congress, even in the minority with this administration, can work hard for you. We look forward to continuing to serve you this coming year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. McLean Delaney, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as tensions across this country and in this very chamber have reached a boiling point. Yesterday, many of us, freshman members like myself, and those members with decades in this chamber, faced one of the hardest votes any of us will ever take. We were forced to decide on a bill that bundled funding for ICE and DHS with the remainder of our government appropriations. This is because we all know, Republicans and Democrats alike, that this administration is using ICE as a taxpayer-funded paramilitary force that's holding itself above the law with no transparency, accountability, or guardrails. And we see the carnage every day and the consequences everywhere. Federal immigration agents are terrorizing our communities, including last month in Minnesota, where two 37-year-olds, both Renee Good and Alex Pretty, were killed in separate shootings during the 9-week siege and occupation of Minnesota. Now, 2 weeks ago, I traveled with 27 other House members to Minnesota to hear at a field hearing firsthand the accounts from the victims and the advocates about ICE's abuses. And I was jarred, and I'm still troubled by their testimonies, including vans set up to stop all passerbyers for their papers, the dragging of a pregnant woman through the streets, the seizure of an elderly grandmother with asylum pulled from her car and leaving two grandchildren in a running car in ice-cold temperatures in the back seat, the shackling and detention of observers who merely honked horn or blew whistles or took pictures, and detention holding pens of up to 50 people without adequate food, water, or bathroom breaks. Now, I stand with Minnesota because what's happening in Minnesota has cruel consequences everywhere, including in my home state of Maryland. In my district, Maryland 6, the administration covertly just acquired a $102 million warehouse in Williamsport to build a 1,500-bed processing center with no public or congressional input. ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons likens these warehouses in Williamsport and nationwide to Amazon Prime, but for living human beings. Let me be clear. People are not packages. Let me say it again. People are not packages. I stand with Governor Moore and Maryland's Democratic delegation to fight these plans, and I laud community leaders and those across the U.S. who are mobilizing to block these warehouses and other detention centers, which are really private prisons. A viral video surfaced such ungodly conditions within ICE's Baltimore field office, a facility where my 6th district constituents and other Marylanders are being detained. For over 2 months, I sought to gain access to this facility to conduct a congressional oversight tour to see my constituents. Last Friday, after multiple unexplained cancellations by ICE, I finally gained access. What I found was truly disturbing, and my team and I are still processing the horrendous conditions we saw in a holding site for temporary detention of 12 hours, but was stretched for multiple days. Detainees had precious little due process. They were forced to sleep on thin mats with foil blankets. They had a communal sink and toilet. I saw individuals behind thick walls signaling, rubbing their bellies that they were hungry, and they were repeatedly, after repeatedly pressing ice, I also confirmed that the viral video was true. I asked to also speak with these detainees, but they would not allow me. But I refused to stay silent. In this chamber, we have to unite around a shared principle. We all want our laws and immigration laws to be enforced, but transparently, fairly, humanely, and in accordance with our values. And I want to make clear where I stand. I did not and will not vote on any bill that funds ICE until the American people and Congress have clear answers and meaningful change. What we need is transparency and accountability, starting with the impeachment of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. Time and again, she has proved her incompetency. And I'm also joining with my colleagues to co-sponsor legislation including banning ICE agents from wearing masks, requiring body cams on law enforcement agencies, and not deporting American citizens, as well as respecting constitutional laws and due process. These are common sense measures we should and all and must support. In closing, this is not about values, but who we are as a country. On my exit from the ICE Baltimore facility, the career DHS employee said, "This is not who I am, but what I do." I retorted, "What we do is who we are." Our country deserves transparency, humanity, and a respect for our constitutional laws and individual rights. And I hope my Republican colleagues have the courage to stand up. Enough is enough. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the April tax deadline approaches, I'm grateful that millions of Americans will keep larger tax cuts, thanks to President Donald Trump signing the Working Families Tax Cut Act into law. There will be, based on the great law, that big, beautiful bill, average tax refunds are projected to rise $1,000 this year in tax savings, with families keeping their own money. These savings come from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for most recipients, and a deduction for Made in America auto loan interest. With the leadership of President Donald Trump, with the leadership of Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republicans allow families, workers, and seniors to keep their own earnings. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump, as this is Ukraine Week across America, around the world, supporting Ukrainian patriots successfully succeeding as they keep and defend a sovereign Ukraine, defeating war criminal Putin from resurrecting the failed Soviet Union, as we also support the adoption and promotion of fair and free elections in the Republic of Georgia, and we rejoice for the people of Syria that the Assad dictatorship has been removed, and we thank President Donald Trump for his leadership to remove the dictatorship in Venezuela of Maduro. The people of Venezuela now have an opportunity for freedom and liberty. The people of Syria, because of Donald Trump, give Syria a chance. It's an exciting time in world history as we have a president who stands up for freedom and democracy, for peace through strength. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House is in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? In all things, O Lord, we rejoice, for our joy is not found in anything we do or any good fortune that comes our way. Our joy is found in your abiding presence, which remains with us through both good times and bad, the successes and the challenges we face. We rejoice always, for the joy we find in you, O Lord, is our strength. May our prayers prove as constant as your promises, not just in these sacred moments of devotion or during the all too occasional seasons of distress, but may we pray continually, acknowledging that you are the source of even the smallest blessings, the hope to be found in every moment. In this certainty, may we have reason to give thanks in all circumstances, in every situation we encounter this day, in every opportunity we enjoy, and in every disappointment we endure, acknowledging that it is your will, your divine desire that we trust in your provision for us and in your presence with us in our everyday lives. Believing in your power and claiming the assurance that is ours when we call on your name, we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Please join me in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the American Heart Month, observed every February, to raise awareness about cardiovascular health. The first CPR training occurred in the early 1960s, and in 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson proclaimed February American Heart Month to make heart disease and cardiac arrest prevention a national priority. Since its formation, the American Heart Association has been helping people recognize the signs of cardiac arrest and how to effectively respond to these critical signals. More than 350,000 cardiac arrests occur each year away from medical facilities. The American Heart Association's goal is to ensure those lives are saved. Heart disease causes 1 in 4 deaths in the United States. The American Heart Association provides resources on the many ways you can minimize your risk of a heart attack or cardiovascular disease. Mr. Speaker, as a former healthcare professional, it is important for Americans to know that you are the first responder in the case of an emergency. Americans who learn CPR can be ready to help save a life. Happy American Heart Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abiding the freedom of speech or the press or the right of the people to peaceably assemble. I read these words today, the very first of the articles of our Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, because 250 years later, our president does not seem to recognize them. We were born from assembly. We live by free speech and a free press. These are the core tenets of our United States. Yet the president floods American cities with lawless, thuggish ICE agents. Their grotesque operations have killed 2 Americans in Minneapolis. It's hard to articulate the sheer brutality, the bone-chilling horror of Renee Good and Alex Preddy's murders, citizens shot dead exercising their First Amendment rights. 2 journalists have been arrested. Children have been taken from their homes. U.S. citizens have been unjustly detained. At this point, more than 35 people have died in ICE custody, 15 have been shot. If we allow this to continue, what does that say about our nation? Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin stand? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Paralympic athletes from Wisconsin's 7th District on earning the prestigious honor of competing as part of Team USA in the upcoming Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games starting this Friday, February 6th. Liam Cunningham of River Falls competing in sled hockey, Dan Rose in Toma, Matt Toombs of Ogama, both competing in wheelchair curling. They overcame tremendous obstacles and hardships to earn their position with Team USA. They are role models to young athletes everywhere, proving that with resilience and determination, you can achieve any goal you set your mind to. Keep up the hard work and good luck. Make Wisconsin proud. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the gentleman from New York want to be recognized?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every day I hear from small business owners about the challenges of operating in this economy. In the past year, small businesses have faced unrelenting attacks from this administration on everything from tariffs to immigration enforcement. According to a recent survey from the Small Business Majority, 47% of small business owners say that increased federal immigration enforcement has had a negative impact on their business. Many small businesses have lost revenue or had to modify their operations because employees and customers are afraid to come to work or to patronize their business. When masked ICE agents in full tactical gear inflict violence against American citizens and then show up at businesses without identifying themselves, small businesses pay the price. Most business owners support common sense immigration reform to modernize the legal immigration system to make it easier for qualified workers to come into the U.S. legally. But in Minnesota, following the tragic shootings, more than 60 Minneapolis-based business leaders called for cooperation to de-escalate tensions and achieve durable immigration reforms. It is important for this body to hold federal immigration officials accountable and ensure that small businesses do not bear the brunt of this immigration enforcement abuses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Without objection, the gentleman. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands recognized?
I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, a federal judge paused the administration's plan to end temporary protective status for Haitians. While this ruling provides temporary relief, we must stay engaged. Now is not the time to end these protections. Haiti faces the Western Hemisphere's worst humanitarian crisis. 3,000 civilians killed by gangs, millions displaced, widespread hunger, Hurricane Melissa's devastation. The 350,000 Haitian TPS members have applied, passed background checks, and contribute $4.4 billion annually to our economy and pay over $1 billion in federal taxes. Now is not the time to abandon our brothers and sisters in Haiti. We must stand up for protections and indeed pathways to citizenship, which have long been enshrined in the laws of this nation. I call on this administration to extend temporary protections and urge my colleagues to join us in that fight. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the out-of-control, untrained, secret ICE paramilitary that is beating and killing Americans all around the country. Under this administration, rogue, lawless immigration agents are sowing chaos, causing terror and fear, and inciting violence on our streets. And they are doing it with impunity because there is no accountability from the FBI. This is not the America we know and love. This is not the democracy that freed itself from a king. This is fascism, pure and simple. If the administration will not hold these rogue agents accountable, then we must do it. That is why we must pass my ICE Out Act to end the current qualified immunity standard for ICE and CBP agents and to ensure victims of the excessive force who can seek justice and accountability. I will keep pushing Congress to do everything in its power to rein in this authoritarian immigration dragnet and get ICE out of our communities.
Does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the importance of the Older Americans Act nutrition programs. Providing nutrition assistance to seniors, it's one of the most fiscally responsible actions Congress can take, and it's also the right thing to do. An entire year of meals costs about the same as a single day in the hospital. Unfortunately, 1 in 4 Meals on Wheels programs around the country have wait lists. Many older Americans wait months or even years to access program benefits. And it's not just about the food. Nutrition programs also promote socialization, wellness, and safety checks. Food delivery or community meals might be the only social contact older Americans have during the day. I have joined Meals on Wheels for deliveries in Oregon, and it's very meaningful. And I've introduced a bipartisan House resolution recognizing the value of these Older Americans Act programs in addressing hunger, malnutrition, and isolation among seniors. I invite my colleagues to show their support for the Older Americans Act nutrition programs by visiting their delivery and community meal programs and by signing on to our House resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 2026 marks 125 years since Congressman George Henry White of North Carolina delivered his historic farewell or Phoenix Address. He was the 4th African American to represent North Carolina's 2nd Congressional District during the late 19th century, elected in 1896 and again in 1898. After moving to Tarboro, North Carolina, and at the time, the only African-American member of Congress. He chose not to seek a 3rd term of office as new laws were enacted and due to other factors. In his farewell address, he spoke with remarkable hope, declaring that African-Americans would one day return to Congress, rising again Phoenix-like. Though it took 28 years, his words call us to remember his service, and especially during Black History Month. Let us prove worthy of the faith he placed in this incredible institution by ensuring that no voice is ever again forced to leave this chamber unheard. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute. Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize 2 incredible athletes from Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District who will represent Team USA at the 2026 Winter Olympics. Deidre Irwin of Pulaski and Paul Schammer of Appleton will compete in the biathlon this month in Milan and hope to be the first to bring home a medal for the U.S. in biathlon. This is not the first Olympic trip for these 2 outstanding athletes. Both represented Team USA in the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing. This is not an easy feat to achieve, and competing in biathlon requires athletic skill, precision, and mental fortitude. This event combines cross-country skiing and rifle shooting. Athletes have to race on skis through a course and stop to shoot at targets from different positions and at varying distances. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing Deidre and Paul the best of luck in the upcoming Olympic Games. As you get ready to compete, please know that everyone across northeastern Wisconsin and our great country will be cheering you on. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the College of San Mateo's football team, the Bulldogs, on becoming back-to-back champions. Their dramatic 28-27 victory in the California Community College Athletic Association Championship was their impressive third title in 4 years. While the San Francisco Bay Area welcomes the NFL for Super Bowl 60, I'd like to also properly call attention to this remarkable program. Bulldogs coach Tim Tulloch, Coach T, says it best, these students work hard to overcome adversity, and this transformational program builds young men for the rest of their lives. The team has a 3.4 GPA, and thanks to their academic achievements and talent on the gridiron, many earn scholarships to transfer to four-year universities. Congratulations to the College of San Mateo Bulldogs on another historic championship title. They represent the nation's best of community college athletes in the heart of my district, and they make us all proud. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and celebrate a remarkable woman, Helen Pluta, whose life was defined by compassion, generosity, and unwavering commitment to others. Helen's contributions to Rochester are profound and lasting. Alongside her late husband, Andy, she helped build the Pluta Cancer Center that began as a vision for compassionate, patient-centered care and continues today as a place of hope and healing that has served thousands of patients and families in our community, including my own. Helen gave of her time, her spirit, and her heart, bringing warmth and laughter wherever she went. Helen and her entire family's generosity opened doors and eased burdens. Their dedication reminds us what it means to truly care for your neighbor. We mourn her passing, but we also give thanks for a life of service, of love, and of profound impact. Rochester is a better place because Helen Pluta walked among us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication. Thank you.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, this is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, Representative Joaquin Castro, have been served with subpoenas in a criminal trial issued by the United States District Court for the District of Nevada. This criminal trial is in relation to alleged threats made against me. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoenas are consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Joaquin Castro, Member of Congress.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, this is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that I, Ben Thomas, have been served with a subpoena in a criminal trial issued by the United States District Court for the District of Nevada. This criminal trial is in relation to alleged threats made against Representative Joaquin Castro. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Ben Thomas, Chief of Staff.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1032, I call up H.R. 4090 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 337, H.R. 4090, a bill to codify certain provisions of certain executive orders relating to domestic mining and hard rock mineral resources and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1032, the amendment in the nature and the substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill is amended as considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4090.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I rise in strong support of H.R. 4090, the Critical Mineral Dominance Act. This legislation addresses one of the most urgent challenges facing our nation today, our growing unnecessary dependence on other nations for the critical minerals that drive our economy and sustain our national defense. The United States has never been more reliant on hard rock minerals than it is today. Copper is the backbone of our electricity grid. Nickel, cobalt, and lithium go into the batteries that power our communications devices and back up critical infrastructure such as hospitals and data centers. Rare earth elements make possible the cutting-edge technologies that enable our economy to innovate and our military to keep us safe. The global mineral race is not optional. Over the next 15 years, demand for copper and rare earth elements is expected to rise by 50%, cobalt 150%, and lithium up to 500%. Shortages of all the above could be upon us within a decade. And yet, these minerals are right here under our feet. We have the safest, most sophisticated, efficient, and environmentally friendly mining technology and workforce anywhere in the world. The United States should be the world's mineral supply chain. The only reason we are not is because of our outdated, short-sighted federal policy that hinders domestic mining. President Trump recognized the dangerous gap between America's mineral needs and mineral production. Upon returning to office a year ago, he signed 3 executive orders to help close that gap. The first directed federal agencies to correct or rescind regulations that unduly burden domestic mining and instructed the Secretary of the Interior to accelerate geologic mapping. A second executive order required field agencies to prioritize mineral development on viable federal lands. The third directed federal agencies to assess the economic cost and national security risk of our dependence on foreign minerals. H.R. 4090, sponsored by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, would codify the natural resources-related provisions of these EOs and require additional reporting from the Interior Department. The reports will, for the first time, reveal the true costs that mineral dependence imposes on the U.S. economy, and they will clarify the scope and location of America's vast mineral deposits. During markup, the Natural Resources Committee worked in a bipartisan manner to strengthen the bill, adopting 2 minority amendments that require DOI to report to Congress on barriers to byproduct mineral production on federal lands and to examine projects with the potential to produce hard rock minerals from coal ash and coal byproducts. Mr. Speaker, the alternative to American mineral dominance is buying foreign minerals from supply chains controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. That's where we are now, mineral dependence. Mineral dependence benefits no one except the CCP. Mineral dependence does not help the environment. It does not drive economic growth, and it doesn't make us or our allies safer. American mineral dominance will create thousands of new mining and mineral-related jobs. It will establish the United States as the hub of the world's mineral market, and it will secure critical minerals across the U.S. military, or access for the U.S. military and for our allies. Mr. Speaker, we need these minerals to build a better future. Our choice is whether to lead the world in meeting that need, as only we can, or to cede that responsibility to corrupt regimes, systems, and foreign enemies we know will abuse it. The American people have made their choice. It's time for us to honor it. I thank Mr. Stauber for his work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4090, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 4090, a bill that hands the mining industry, amazingly, the power to gut its own regulations while doing nothing to secure American mineral supply chains or help make life more affordable for the American people. It's more the same from House Republicans and this administration. More favors for their billionaire buddies and more ways to enrich themselves, all at the expense of the American people who are struggling. And if we asked everyday Americans right now, list 100 things that you care about, that you want Congress to be working on to make your life better, I promise you that giving more sweetheart deals to multinational mining corporations would not be anywhere on that list. I can think of 1,000 better ways to spend our time than debating this bill on the House floor. We could be reining in the out-of-control agency ICE, which is terrorizing communities around the country, murdering people in the streets. We should be addressing skyrocketing health care costs, which our Republican colleagues seem to have forgotten entirely about. We could be talking about how to lower energy prices, including the skyrocketing utility bills caused by Donald Trump's crazy war on clean energy. But no, we are back here once again talking about deregulation designed for and by the mining industry. H.R. 4090 would codify parts of President Trump's executive orders on mining. And I will say that we can agree on many of the bill's stated goals: creating good jobs, strengthening our supply chains, reducing the global influence of our adversaries, and safeguarding national security. But the stated goals are one thing. Then there's what actually is in the bill, what the bill does, and that's quite another thing. We should not confuse the mining industry's best interests with the public interest. This bill would direct the Interior Secretary to take all necessary steps to expedite and approve certain priority projects with no restrictions on who operates the projects, what they mine, or where. There's nothing to stop this administration right now from prioritizing mines owned and controlled by our foreign adversaries, and that loophole, that glaring problem, that national security threat, is not corrected at all in this bill. There's nothing to require a focus on minerals actually needed for clean energy and national defense, nothing to prevent the administration from approving mines on sensitive public lands or even in our national parks. These are all simple safeguards that for some reason are not in this legislation. That is ripe for abuse and misuse of our public resources when you advance a bill like this. In prioritizing lands for mining, the bill makes no mention of minimizing conflict with neighboring communities, like tribes, or protecting other important natural resources and uses of public lands, like logging, grazing, and recreation. The bill also looks to the mining industry itself for direction on which regulations to roll back. Again, no public input, no tribal consultation. My colleagues across the aisle often tout the United States environmental and labor protections as the best in the world. But as protections are eroded in favor of polluters over people, who's to say that basic protections for drinking water and worker safety aren't the next targets? Our environmental laws have reined in the industry's worst pollution and abuses, but regulations being successful doesn't mean that we no longer need them. And nothing in this bill guarantees that minerals mined here will stay here or benefit Americans. Time and again, we have suggested guardrails that could be put in place into bills like this to make sure that foreign adversaries don't end up taking advantage of all of these corporate giveaways that our Republican friends keep putting on the table, that they don't come here and for practically free extract our publicly owned natural resources and take them to other parts of the world and use them in ways that are not in our interest. We keep offering these guardrails. Our Republican colleagues keep saying no. Under the mining law of 1872, anyone, including subsidiaries of foreign adversaries, can claim our publicly owned materials, mine them for free, ship them abroad into the global market, and do nothing to help the interests of the United States of America. Time and again, we have raised this glaring vulnerability with legitimate solutions on the table to address it, and our Republican friends refuse to work with us. I oppose H.R. 4090, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources, and the lead sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill 4090, the Critical Mineral Dominance Act. This bill will help strengthen our national our nation's critical mineral security and enable our critical mineral dominance by codifying several of the policies that President Trump put forth in his hard rock mining executive orders earlier this year. This bill does three things, Mr. Chair. First, it mandates a new study on the cost of U.S. mineral import reliance, including from adversarial nations like China. This will help give the United States a much clearer picture into our critical mineral security, including what kind of vulnerabilities we face by failing to mine here and continuing to depend on other nations. Next, it requires the administration to expedite priority mining projects on federal lands, identify federal lands that have the potential for new mineral production, as well as increase geological mapping to give us a much clearer picture of our incredible mineral wealth right here in the United States. Lastly, this bill directs the Secretary of the Interior to revise or rescind any agency actions that are a barrier to domestic mining, as well as make recommendations to Congress as to how current law can be changed to streamline mineral development, as well as conduct a broader review of state and local laws that are also holding us back from our true mineral potential. I think each and every one of my colleagues in this body, from both sides of the aisle, Mr. Chair, understand and realize the important role that critical minerals play in our 21st century economy. And this will only increase as time goes on. We have tremendous mineral wealth in our country, not only in my district in northern Minnesota, which is home to the largest untapped copper nickel deposit in the world, but in states all across this great nation. There is no reason for the United States to be dependent on other countries, including foreign adversarial nations, for our critical mineral future. Nobody does it better than the United States. I implore my colleagues, where is the world currently mining for critical minerals that have better labor standards or environmental standards than us? Nothing in this bill, Mr. Chair, greenlights any mining project without necessary scrutiny. Nothing in this bill allows for a project to bypass NEPA, the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, or the Endangered Species Act. Nothing. This bill is a strong signal from Congress to the executive branch that we need to get serious about our critical mineral strategy and take necessary steps to win once again. Before I yield back, I want to note a number of the outside groups that are supporting this legislation, including labor unions like the North American Building Trades Union and the Labor's International Union of North America, LIUNA. Additionally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement in support from Albert Gore, Executive Director of Zero Emissions Transportation Association, representing the views of the domestic electric vehicle industry, a letter of support from a group of 17 organizations representing different areas of the domestic mining sector, a letter of support from the Essential Minerals Association, and a November 2025 op-ed published by Real Clear Energy expressing support for this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan piece of legislation, H.R. 4090, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there we have it. I'm sure not for the last time in this conversation. The risk of terrible environmental harm by this huge corporate giveaway is nothing to worry about because we have NEPA, we have the Clean Water Act, we have the Endangered Species Act, we have all of these environmental safeguards, every one of which is under withering attack from the same colleagues across the aisle who are moving bills like this and from this administration across the board. Legislation to gut all of these bedrock environmental laws. Actions by this administration, litigation being moving forward from the industry. So it is cold comfort indeed, Mr. Speaker. And I'm frankly shocked that anyone across the aisle could even say these things with a straight face, to point to our bedrock environmental laws as an assurance that nothing will go wrong for the environment, for our public lands, for our natural resources, for tribes and others who are worried about this corporate giveaway. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from upstate New York, Mr. Tonko.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from California for yielding. I rise in opposition to this bill. Critical minerals are essential building blocks for a clean energy economy and many other technologies central to our everyday lives. I do not dispute that. But how we source and process these materials matters just as much as how quickly we deploy them. We must pursue critical minerals in a way that is responsible and in a way that is sustainable. Demand for these minerals is growing rapidly, yet global supply chains remain highly concentrated and often linked to serious human rights abuses and environmental harms. This should push us toward thoughtful policies that strengthen domestic supply chains, not reckless ones that endanger our environment and our communities, like H.R. 4090. One underutilized source of critical minerals is recycling. By recovering and reusing already mined resources, we are tapping into a new domestic supply. While recycling alone will not meet all of our projected demand, it can significantly reduce pressure on primary extraction if we invest now. This bill completely ignores the role of recycling to strengthen our supply chains. Another way to strengthen these supply chains is through enhanced transparency. Last Congress, I introduced the bipartisan Critical Materials Trace Act to improve supply chain visibility. Transparency can help drive responsible sourcing, innovation, and reduce environmental, labor, and human rights abuses, ultimately making our supply chains more secure. These are areas where bipartisan agreement is indeed possible, but H.R. 4090 is not that answer. This bill would make it easier to sell off public lands to polluting mining companies and weaken key protections that safeguard our drinking water and protect communities. We can meet our critical mineral needs without sacrificing public lands, environmental laws, or, yes, public health. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from California.
All is recognized.
There seems to be a lot of agreement on some issues on this issue. The fact that we need more critical minerals in the United States, the demand for that's not going away. We need it for economic security. We need it for national security. The rub seems to be on where are these critical minerals and these elements going to come from. And what we are promoting is that they come from America. And the other argument seems to be we need them, but not in our backyard. And that's been the position of our country for far too long. But I would say instead of not in our backyard, it's much better in our backyard because we have better labor standards. We have better environmental standards. We have better health and safety standards. And God has blessed our country with these deposits of minerals, really from sea to shining sea. We just need to be getting them out of the ground here, creating American jobs while doing that, creating more American jobs and more wealth while we refine those metals or those ores into metals, and then manufacturing from that. That's what our vision is. We want to see Americans use American resources to promote American security and American economic growth. I wish we could all agree on that, but that's what this bill will help promote. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Take a good look around you. Everything you see, wherever you look, everything that makes your life comfortable, everything that makes your life possible, everything is either mined or it's grown. There are no exceptions. Everything you enjoy and depend upon is either mined from the ground or grown from the ground. Now, the generation that built our country understood this. Over the chair from which you preside, Mr. Speaker, is emblazoned the prayer from Daniel Webster. It says, "Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great interests, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered." And yet, for 50 years, the environmental left has torn down these great achievements and waged war against everything that is mined or grown. They've piled tax upon tax, restriction upon restriction, regulation upon regulation, that have made mining and agriculture increasingly expensive and needlessly scarce. That's the heart of the affordability crisis. The left has turned abundance into scarcity. Well, finally, in our day, a new generation is discovering that this self-destructive lunacy is not going to end well. And that brings us to this bill, to reduce the regulatory burdens the left has imposed on our nation's ability to prosper and advance. It codifies President Trump's executive orders that identify the resources that we can develop and calls forth the powers of prosperity those resources promise. It restores freedom to meet the challenge that Daniel Webster set before us by realigning our institutions on behalf of the American people so that we, too, can perform something worthy to be remembered, to make America great again. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you
Recognized.
to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Huffman for yielding. I strongly oppose H.R. 4090. This bill hands the mining industry the power to gut its own regulations. It directs the Secretary of the Interior to expedite and approve any mine the administration deems a priority, and it tells the Interior and the Forest Service to identify any public lands that should be a priority for mining, without any public input or tribal consultation. In the eyes of this administration, mineral dominance means mining above all else, above protection of our public lands, above the people who will live with toxic pollution, and above the local community's interests. My home state of Arizona is all too familiar with the harms left behind from unregulated mining industry. Over a century of mining left polluted waters, poisoned land, and generations of families feeling the health impacts, including my own. Tribal nations had their land stolen and sacred sites desecrated by the mining industry. Some may argue that the mining industry is different now and our regulations are in need of change. I agree that we're in need of modernization, but H.R. 4090 is a move in the wrong direction. We need only look at the notorious track records of mining companies abroad to see what disaster will look like in the United States. BHP, one of the world's largest foreign mining companies and one of the co-owners of the proposed Resolution copper mine in Arizona, was responsible for the disastrous collapse of Brazilian tailings dam that killed 19 people and spilled tons of toxic waste into major river in 2015. This disaster has been called Brazil's worst environmental disaster. Rio Tinto, the other co-owner of Resolution Copper, blew up a 46,000-year-old sacred Aboriginal site in Australia in 2020. Now, just upstream from Phoenix, Arizona, BHP and Rio Tinto are pushing to destroy Oak Flat, a sacred site for multiple Apache tribes that is listed on the National Register of Historic Places, to build the Resolution copper mine, a mine that would create one of the largest toxic tailings dams and ponds in the world. Does that sound like an industry ready to responsibly regulate itself? Through the Save Oak Flat from Foreign Mining Act, I seek to reverse the giveaway of publicly owned land and the natural resources beneath it to this foreign mining conglomerate. It's clear we have to reaffirm that decisions about mining on public lands must respect tribal nations, local communities, and public health. Tribes and local communities most impacted by mining deserve more say, not less, in the future of their lands and waters. This bill is about making it easier for foreign entities to extract and take away America's resources and leaves the pollution forever scarring the land. We must fight back, we must listen, and we must be the advocates and fighters we were sent here to be. And we must protect our public lands for future generations. I urge strong opposition to H.R. 4090, and I yield back to Ranking Member Huffman. Thank you.
Thank you. Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if you read the bill, there's absolutely nothing in the bill about allowing foreign mining companies to come into the U.S. and exploit our federal lands, to bypass all federal regulations and create scenarios like may have happened in some other country. Those are just scare tactics to continue this idea of not in my backyard. We all want these things. We all recognize we need these things. We have to have these critical minerals. We have to have these rare earth elements. But the mindset is we'll just get them from somewhere else. We'll ship off our environmental issues to some other country and let them deal with it, instead of dealing with them here in America, where we again have the most stringent rules, where we have the highest expectations, where we protect human rights, where we protect the environment, and where we promote occupational health and safety. Show me some place in the world that does that better than we do. It's certainly not communist China, where all these rare earths and critical minerals are coming from right now. Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My good friends on the other side of the aisle, again, anywhere but America, any worker but the American worker when it comes to mining. Anywhere but America, any worker but the American worker. They're exporting their environmental guilt. They're okay getting these critical minerals mined by child slave labor. 30% of the cobalt comes from child slave labor. Both the Trump and the Biden administration agree with that. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing in this legislation that removes NEPA, nothing in this legislation that removes the clean water, nothing in this legislation removes the clean air in the decision making, and nothing in this legislation removes any in the endangered species. You know, this year we took, or last year rather, Mr. Speaker, we took a bipartisan trip up to Alaska. Greens Creek Mine is in a national monument. Exceptional mining of the nickel in the national monument. We can do it here, Mr. Speaker, better than anywhere. We have the mineral wealth. We have the workers. We can do both. We can have a clean environment and clean water and domestically mine. My friends across the aisle consistently say, yes, we need critical minerals. Yes, we need it for strategic national security. Yes, we need it for medical instrument technology. Yes, we need it for our everyday lives. But they refuse to allow it to happen. They put roadblock after roadblock. They say they want it, but they never support it, or very rarely support it. That's the mindset and the philosophy, Mr. Chair, that has brought the American critical mineral mining to their knees and allowed China to take over. China's global mineral dominance, it's not a threat, it's a reality. This is what's happening right now. Because of that philosophy, not in my backyard, not in our backyard. There's a philosophy, it's better in our backyard. We do it better than anybody. Look at the unions that are supporting this piece of legislation. It came out of committee in a bipartisan fashion. This is what the American people want, bipartisan work. Here it is. I look forward to this bipartisan piece of legislation that strengthens our national security to move forward this afternoon, and I yield.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there they go again. For the second time, we hear references to NEPA, the Clean Water Act, the Endangered Species Act, the bedrock environmental laws. They'll protect us from all of these terrible scenarios that they say Democrats are raising as scare tactics. I just can't think of anything less persuasive than hearing that kind of cold comfort from the very folks who are attacking every one of those bedrock environmental laws with other legislation and through administrative actions by this president and in the courts. It is remarkably hypocritical and certainly not very persuasive. Now, when we think about this mining free-for-all that our Republican friends are trying to create with this legislation, we're not having this conversation in a vacuum, and we have to think about who benefits. Just 2 weeks ago, the Trump administration announced that it would invest over $1 billion and take an equity stake in USA Rare Earths, a mining and manufacturing company. So much for concerns about socialism. Reporting uncovered that the USA Rare Earth hired Cantor Fitzgerald to help with fundraising, a firm chaired by Brandon Lutnick. If that sounds familiar, it's because it's the son of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Now, in October, the Trump administration announced equity investments in the mining company Trilogy Metals, while simultaneously directing agencies to fast-track permitting for Ambler Road, the controversial project needed to access Trilogy Metals' proposed mine site. Trilogy Metals' third largest shareholder is John Alfred Paulson, a Trump megadonor and economic advisor. His Trilogy shares increased by $70 million in value after that announcement. A similar story for Trump advisor Stephen Miller, who personally sold shares worth between $50,000 and $100,000 in the mining company MP Materials following a July announcement of one of these lucrative equity deals. The administration is making a pattern out of picking winners and losers in the mining industry, and a suspicious number of those winners have close ties to Trump officials or Trump family members. This is an incredible grift that our friends across the aisle are playing into. These deals tie taxpayer dollars to corporate balance sheets and incentivize administration officials to prioritize individual corporate interest over the broader public good. Earlier this week, Ranking Member Robert Garcia of the Oversight Committee and Ranking Member Martin Heinrich of the Senate Energy and Natural Resource Committee sent a joint letter to the administration demanding answers on Trump's taxpayer-funded mining spending spree. And to date, there's been no public disclosure of procedures or safeguards in place to ensure these ownership stakes do not influence permitting decisions, regulation, enforcement, contracting decisions, or other agency decisions relating to these mining and mineral projects before we give this administration even more power to enrich themselves and their friends at the expense of everyday Americans. Let's get some answers to these basic questions. Now, with that, Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about China, the boogeyman of China, our adversary on the global stage, and yet we have a bill before us that my guess is the People's Republic of China would absolutely love, and here to tell us more about that is the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Leisure Fernandez, to whom I yield 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we keep hearing from the other side that we need to mine in America, and we just heard the ranking member talk about how if we're going to mine in America, if we're going to mine anywhere, we should make sure that it is done free of corruption. He didn't use that word, but that is the word that we are worried about. And what I'm going to talk today about is that we should make sure that if we are mining America, where are those minerals going? And that's the question I keep asking, where are they going? And the reality is, because they keep refusing amendments that I bring up, those minerals are going overseas, and those minerals are going to China. Under our outdated mining laws, a foreign corporation can set up a shell company to stake a claim. And guess what? They get U.S. minerals for free, zero royalty. The Critical Mineral Dominance Act, these titles that they have, they're always the opposite of what they do. This act that they are trying to sell the American people today is yet another handout to multinational mining companies that will do nothing to stop our adversaries from shipping our publicly owned critical minerals overseas. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an amendment to prevent federal agencies from fast-tracking and improving mining projects if they are at least 10% owned or controlled by a foreign adversary like China. In a hearing last year, I described legislation similar to what I'm proposing to Trump's Interior Secretary Burgum. His response? I don't think we should be allowing foreign adversaries to mine critical minerals in our country. Sadly, Republicans must disagree with Secretary Burgum because they keep opposing every one of my amendments to protect American minerals from foreign adversaries. With every rejection, they are telling the American people that they care more about big international mining corporations than they care about you, about your clean water, about your working conditions. This bill would allow our adversaries to have fast-track permitting, and the people who pay for that are United States citizens. Those regulations are meant to protect. Doesn't make any sense, except, as I mentioned earlier, that Republican bill titles are always the opposite of what the text does. This bill doesn't give the United States dominance. It opens the door for foreign ownership of our critical minerals. Republicans always seem to stand with the richest corporations instead of Americans. I asked unanimous consent to enter into the record the text of this amendment. If my Republican colleagues really cared about stopping China's dominance, they would vote for the motion to recommit. Well, then in that case, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The chair will receive a message. Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in preparing for this floor debate, I should have asked my staff to bring posters of smoke and mirrors, because it would be fitting for the arguments that we're hearing that seem to try to distract us from everything but the real issue, and that issue is that we're not producing the minerals and elements here in our country that we need for our economy and for our defense, and China is dominating those markets. Now, I agree with the gentlelady from New Mexico. We should be processing these mined materials here in the United States. We have to ask ourselves the question, why aren't we processing more minerals in the United States? Number one is we can't get new mines, so why do you need a processing facility if you can't get the material you need to go through the processing facility? And the other one is you can't permit a new processing facility in a timely manner and build it in a cost-competitive manner because of our overburdensome permitting and regulatory process and laws that we have here in the United States. This is the argument why we need permitting reform, why we need to speed up the process, why we need to give certainty to investors that we can build here in America again. You know, when we talk about refining metals, talk about copper. In 1995, we produced 3 times more copper than China. Today, they're producing 10 times more copper than we are. We have 2 copper smelters, they have 50. It's not because we don't know how to build copper smelters and we don't have copper deposits and we don't want to produce copper in the U.S. It's the fact that there's been so many obstacles and barriers put in place that it's driven that industry overseas to other places. It's time we bring it back here and we do it in a more environmentally responsible manner, again, with human rights protections, with health and safety protections, and with the environmental protections, with the standards of the United States. It's time we start doing this in our backyard and not exporting our issues to other countries while we turn a blind eye to it. Mr. Speaker, I again yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to paraphrase in my own mind what was said moments ago across the aisle. Real simple. Anywhere but America, any worker but the American worker. I'm paraphrasing from my own mind what I'd heard. The excuses, but we have to mine here, we can't mine here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady who just spoke, in her beautiful state, she's allowed oil and gas development. In her beautiful state, she's allowed mining. Why not in my state? Why can't my union workers make the $135,000 a year jobs. But in her state, it's okay. This bill is for the entire country. Mr. Speaker, my constituents need good paying jobs too. Good for our economy, good for our communities. The technology we use is second to none. And I want to answer my friend from New Mexico who just spoke. She asked, why aren't we processing and refining here? I have good news for her, because very shortly there's going to be legislation to allow that, to permit the mining and processing here in the United States of America. And I'm going to go directly to my good friend and colleague from New Mexico to help sponsor that with me. Because she is right. Let's do it here. Let's mine here, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to give her and my friends across the aisle that opportunity very shortly. The fact of the matter is, we have the opportunity. We have to remove the political science, the truth and the facts to allow this mining to move forward. This is our backyard. And my good friend across the aisle who's managing the debate talked about the economic value or the lack thereof. I want to share with my good friend and colleague that in my state of Minnesota, just one mine proposed, just one, will bring between $1.4 and $1.8 billion of federal revenue. $800 million for the taxpayers of Minnesota, and every single school district in the great state of Minnesota benefits from mining. You want to know why I'm passionate? These are my constituents that will be mining these critical minerals with the best labor standards and the best environmental standards in the world. We've been mining in Minnesota for 145 years. We've mined the iron ore that makes over 80% of this nation's steel. The cleanest water in the state of Minnesota, Mr. Speaker, is in the heart of mining country in Buell, Minnesota. We know how to do it. Let's stop exporting our environmental guilt. Let's stop exporting our environmental guilt and do it here with our labor standards, our technology, our workers. I'm happy that New Mexico has oil and gas development and mining development. I'm happy for those workers. We need that. Let Minnesota mine.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If my friend from Minnesota actually heard us say the things that he just says he heard in his own mind, I'm genuinely worried that we need to get an audiologist in here. I am glad that we have a court reporter and that we have a video record, because we said nothing of the kind. But my friend Mr. Westerman did say something very important. I don't know if this was his intent, but he sort of made one of our points for us. We cannot mine our way to security with brute force because China controls 80% of the world's processing power, nearly 90% for rare earth elements. And if our only solution is to just have more and more mines and to open up this mining free-for-all in the United States, as Republicans seem singularly focused on, we're essentially giving a gift to our largest adversary. Because let me tell you what this bill does to address the lack of processing capacity here in the United States or anywhere outside of China. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And that's what it's been throughout this Congress from our friends across the aisle. Crickets about addressing the real problem when it comes to our competitive threat of China on processing, but a rush to open up our public lands and gut our environmental laws for the mining interests. Now, setting up safe, environmentally sound processing industry in the United States and with our allies does have some barriers right now, but rarely is the lack of raw mine materials one of those barriers. Take copper and lithium, for example. The Bipartisan Policy Center published a report last year that found that sourcing feedstock domestically or from free trade agreement countries was not a primary barrier to processing. Much bigger barriers are competition for labor and a lack of price competitiveness, which are major barriers across the board. And for some of the other essential minerals like cobalt, nickel, and rare earths, while feedstock is a challenge, it certainly isn't the only one. It is naive to think that fast-tracking mines alone will secure our supply chains and fix these problems. Instead, we should support a responsible processing strategy, build a more circular economy, and innovate around low-impact mineral sources like byproduct recovery from mine tailings and recycling, as Mr. Tonko from New York talked about a moment ago. We need to train the highly skilled American workforce that we need to do all of these jobs. These are things that we could be working together on, but instead it's always the rush to open up public lands and give more corporate giveaways for new mines. Now, it has been suggested that there's some sort of a spiteful agenda behind all this, a NIMBY interest where I guess some states allow oil and gas extraction, but they don't want it done in Minnesota and other places. And so to speak about some of those accusations that have been made, I yield 2 more minutes to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I came to the floor to offer an amendment so that we could prevent our foreign adversaries from mining American resources for free and taking them across the ocean to their lands. Because when we let our foreign adversaries take our resources away for free, it doesn't do anything, any good for American dominance or for American taxpayers. But my opponent in this argument has decided to attack New Mexico's oil and gas and mining interests. But let me remind him that in New Mexico, and I am pleased that in New Mexico we have a lot of oil and gas production, including in my district. We have wind and solar production, including in my district. We have mining, including in my district. But we do it with sensible regulation, so that our clean water and air and the economic interest of our citizens are protected. And what I am suggesting to him is that the environmental protections that we have in New Mexico apply across the country, because there was a time when it wasn't like that. I can tell you that in my backyard, where I played and where I drank water and where we fished as children, those waters were destroyed by mining because there wasn't enough regulation. And guess who had to clean up that mining? Taxpayers. Taxpayers in the state and not so much the federal government. So what we're trying to do is protect the taxpayers from these mining companies who will put profit above planet, who will put profit above the interests of the communities that live there. Because when they mined irresponsibly, they destroyed water, they destroyed jobs. Can I have some more time?
Yield the gentlelady another minute.
They
The gentlewoman is
destroyed,
recognized for 1 more minute.
and they destroyed things I care about. They destroyed fishing. They destroyed farming. I am downstream. I own land. I own farmland that's downstream from those mining companies' destruction. And I am trying to protect that. I'm trying to protect everybody who relies on clean water that is downstream from mining companies. And let me tell you, there are 50 million gallons a day of contaminated water that is put into our groundwater and our streams from mines that didn't have regulation. So that's what we are trying to do, is to avoid an increase in that 50 million gallons a day of dirty water, because we cannot afford to destroy our water. We cannot afford to fast track mining companies who aren't going to do the right thing by the American people. We cannot afford to send our resources overseas to China. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the issue at hand here. And I want to address the the policy issue and the weakness in the argument that we could restrict mining companies to 10% Chinese ownership. That's a bad policy decision. It's a bad policy decision because if you're the Chinese Communist Party and you see a mine's getting ready to happen in the United States, and it's going to be done by a company that's traded publicly, you could go buy 10.1% and you could stop the project. We don't need that kind of policy, and plus that policy doesn't apply to the jurisdiction of this bill. If a policy like that needs to be designed, that needs to go through the Financial Services Committee. Also, don't think that our opposition on this, being China for the most part, will not play dirty. What they do is when they see any kind of mining project or a processing facility considered in the United States, they dump product onto the global market, driving the price down to make the economics such that nobody would invest in that project. Now, fortunately, that's being addressed. Just this week, the administration announced something called the Vault, which will be a repository for critical minerals, and it'll be similar to our strategic oil reserves. We'll have strategic critical mineral reserves. We need to be able to produce those critical minerals here in the United States to put in that reserve, which will insulate against foreign bad actors from dumping in our markets to drive the prices down to make projects not economically viable. Again, the real issue here is we need this material in America, sourced by American mining companies, processed in America, going into American manufacturing, and we can partner with our allies around the world to help make this happen. But when you look at where the deposits are, they're here in America. You know, you have to produce oil and gas where the oil and gas deposits are. You have to mine copper where the copper deposits are. Again, we're blessed to have all of those things here in our country, but we're not utilizing them. And because we're not utilizing them, we're allowing our adversaries to control the markets, and it's not just an economic issue, it is a national security issue. That's why we need legislation like this legislation. That's why we need permitting reform. You know, we talk about building processing facilities in America. We passed a bipartisan permitting reform bill, but unfortunately, many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted against that. The Senate is considering that now. Hopefully, the Senate will, in a bipartisan manner like we did in the House, but with a larger bipartisan group, pass that bill, and we can get it to the President's desk so we can create certainty, so we can start building more processing and manufacturing here in our country so we can utilize these abundant resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for speakers. I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I oppose H.R. 4090 for all the reasons that have been discussed. This is a bill that directs the administration to prioritize and approve mines, any mines that it wants, even ones owned by foreign adversaries, giving them an expedited path to mine our publicly owned minerals and to export them, usually straight to China. Now, Republicans have named it the Critical Mineral Dominance Act, but they forgot to make sure that it was America that would benefit. Democrats have tried again and again to add common sense guardrails to stop foreign adversaries from benefiting from our minerals. Republicans have repeatedly blocked these efforts with creative new excuses every time. So let's drop the facade. This bill is not about American mineral dominance. It is not about critical minerals either, because nothing in this bill limits the special treatment to strategically important minerals. Nothing in this bill would stop the administration from declaring a gold mine a priority and fast-tracking it. We've already seen them give millions of taxpayer dollars away to a gold mine in Nevada. Gold has never been critical, except when it comes to, decorating the White House. This bill is an industry giveaway, pure and simple. and it leaves Americans footing the bill. We've heard a lot of passionate talk from across the aisle about mining more here in America because we do it best and because we have such strong environmental and labor safeguards, but this bill tells the Interior Department and the Forest Service to roll back those very regulations that my colleagues brag about and to go ahead and weaken pollution protections if the mining industry thinks they're too, quote unquote, burdensome. Communities around the country know the consequences of unregulated mining all too well, especially tribal communities who've borne much of the brunt of mining pollution. Toxic waste, poisoned lead, poisoned land, polluted water, and generations of pollution and disease. Is this what it means to make America great again? I think we can do a lot better than that. Democrats are willing to work to find responsible strategic solutions to securing our critical mineral supply chains, but this bill takes us in the wrong direction, creating an industry-led free-for-all that allows anyone to mine our materials, profit from them on the global market, and then leave Americans with nothing but the pollution. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I will reiterate the fundamental fact of this debate. In the 21st century, America's economy, military, healthcare, communication systems, and transportation infrastructure depend on hard rock minerals. There is no scenario where the United States and the rest of the world aren't competing to purchase these critical minerals. The only question is whether we're all competing for minerals mined here in the United States or in mines controlled by our foreign adversaries. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, in 2024, the United States was 100% net import reliant for 15 non-fuel mineral commodities. Additionally, of the 60 minerals identified as critical by USGS, the United States was 100% net import reliant for 12 and at least 50% net import reliant for an additional 30. Mining them here is better for our economy, our national security, for our allies, and for the environment. H.R. 4090 will help close America's mineral production gap and begin to end our dependence on foreign minerals. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1032, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossed and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to codify certain provisions of certain executive orders relating to domestic mining and hard rock mining resources and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4090 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1032, I call up the House Joint Resolution 142, disapproving the action of the D.C. Council and approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025, and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 142, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revisions Temporary Amendment Act of 2025.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1032, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of House Joint Resolution 142, a resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025. Congress has the constitutional right to review legislation passed by the D.C. Council under the D.C. Home Rule Act. It also has the authority to block such legislation. In this case, it should do just that. In December of this past year, the D.C. Council enacted, without the mayor's support, legislation that denies tax relief from D.C. residents and businesses that was afforded to them by the Working Families Tax Cut. While D.C. taxpayers still enjoy the benefits of such tax relief with their federal tax filings, they're being stripped of corresponding relief that should also be afforded to them at the local level. In other words, the D.C. Council has rejected tax provisions that help relieve the burdens faced by D.C. residents and businesses. There are 9 tax provisions that the D.C. Council has completely opted out of in the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025. 7 of them are targeted at tax breaks for individuals. This includes service workers relying on tips as part of their wages, workers relying on overtime, senior citizens relying on Social Security, and even residents just trying to write off their charitable contributions. They're all being targeted by the D.C. Council. Specifically, the D.C. Council is opting out of the following tax provisions that House Republicans championed for all Americans. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for senior citizens, no tax on auto loan interest for certain personal car loan deductions, and even the increased standard deduction, meaning that D.C. taxpayers who do not itemize their tax deductions will not be able to claim the full amount of the federally expanded standard deduction in their local tax returns. And individuals who take the standard deduction will not be afforded an additional charitable deduction like they will have in the federal tax code. Stripping away this tax relief from the residents of D.C. is egregious. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The D.C. Council has not stopped there. They're working also to ignore the Working Families Tax Cut's pro-economic growth business deductions. That is, the radical D.C. Council also wants to stunt local businesses and prevent economic growth. They're blocking the 100% expenses of qualified non-residential manufacturing and property production and improvements that helps fuel such commercial investment. And finally, the D.C. Council is blocking the full and immediate expensing of a business's domestic research and experimental expenditures. They apparently would rather have investments in innovation in other states or even foreign nations as opposed to a right here at home in the nation's capital city. Now, you might find yourself wondering, why would the D.C. Council do this to their own residents and businesses? And I'll tell you why. It's because the working family tax cut was President Trump's bill. The D.C. Council would rather punish their own residents, their own people, than recognize the achievements of President Trump's legislation. This is anti-working class, it's anti-senior citizens, and of course, it's anti-business. They say they need more time to analyze and consider these provisions, the same provisions that had numerous congressional debates and hearings. These justifications are just excuses to play politics. And it's all at the expense of local residents and businesses who want to and should be able to keep their hard-earned money in their pockets to reinvest in their families, communities, and businesses. The House must swiftly exercise its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia and reject this misguided legislation from going into effect. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to unite in support of D.C. taxpayers and businesses and support this necessary resolution of disapproval. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am strongly opposed to H.J. Res. 142, which would repeal provisions of a law enacted by the District of Columbia because D.C. deserves the right to govern itself. The Supreme Court has held that Congress can delegate full legislative authority to D.C. for local matters, but Republicans in Congress choose not to do so. Last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans passed the One Big Betrayal Bill, a deeply unpopular law that is the single largest transfer of wealth and resources from the working class and the working poor to the ultra-wealthy billionaires and corporations in our nation's history. The law ripped health care coverage away from millions of Americans to give tax breaks and tax giveaways to billionaires and megacorporations. Not only that, but for states across the country, it has caused a revenue shortfall that has thrown state budgets into chaos, threatening services like health care, child care, schools, elder care, and emergency response. To protect against this, numerous states have passed laws to decouple their tax code from the tax provisions in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill Act. This includes states like Maine, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Colorado, and Alabama. This also includes the District of Columbia. To avoid more than $600 million budget loss over the next 4 years from the Big Betrayal Bill tax changes, the D.C. Council enacted a decoupling law. As a part of this law, D.C. increased the child tax credit and earned income tax credit benefits to put more money in the pockets of working families struggling to afford the basic necessities in their life. H.J. Res. 142 would overturn this law and rip away the money that parents and low-earning families could use to stay afloat in this disastrous Trump economy. Today is just another day in Congress where instead of being here on the floor debating legislation on health care, instead of debating legislation on bringing down the cost of groceries, instead of debating legislation on making sure we can make this country more affordable for working people, congressional Republicans want to use this time to attack working families in the District of Columbia. Overturning this law will create chaos for D.C. families and businesses at the start of tax filing season. The gentleman brought up businesses, but D.C. began accepting and processing tax returns on January 27th. Families are already beginning to file their taxes and claim the newly expanded EITC. This resolution would force D.C. to suspend this year's tax filing season, which is already underway, for several months. Changing their tax code now would create additional hurdles and confusion for families and, yes, for local businesses as well, especially families that are already counting on receiving that larger earned income tax credit to deal with the failure of congressional Republicans and Donald Trump to bring this economy to a place that works for working people. The D.C. business community even sent a letter to Congress urging opposition to this disapproval resolution because it would create chaos and financial instability. This group includes the Federal City Council, the D.C. Chamber of Commerce, the D.C. Association of Realtors, the D.C. Hospital Association, and the Hotel Association of Washington, D.C., all opposed to this resolution. The Big Betrayal Act is so deeply unpopular that half of the public believes it'll hurt them and their families, including 2/3 of Medicaid enrollees. Instead of accepting this reality, congressional Republicans are disregarding home rule and forcing it down the throats of D.C. because they can. You know, I find it also very interesting and kind of cool that today I get to debate with a colleague from the other side of the aisle. We're both the youngest members of the United States Congress. We may be the youngest, but his ideas are very old. Undermining democracy in D.C. isn't new. It's just wrong. The people who live in the capital of the world's greatest democracy deserve that democracy themselves. I reserve.
The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, the future Senator, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my strong support for H.J. Res. 142, which provides for necessary and lawful congressional oversight of the District of Columbia. This legislation rightly exercises Congress's clear constitutional authority to intervene in the district's affairs when its interests or those of its residents are at risk. While there are many examples of the district's poor governance that warrant scrutiny, the issue before us today is whether the D.C. Council should be permitted to decouple its local tax code from the historic tax relief enacted through the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. This landmark legislation, passed by House Republicans last July, delivers meaningful tax relief to working Americans by expanding the child tax credit, allowing non-itemizers to claim charitable deductions, eliminating taxes on tips and overtime, and more. As much as my colleagues on the other side have tried to spin this bill as a tax giveaway to the wealthy, the reality is that it delivers meaningful relief to Americans at every income level. Yet now, they are supporting an effort to deny that very relief to the residents of the District of Columbia. While states retain the authority to determine how they raise and spend their tax dollars, let me be clear. The District of Columbia is not a state. Congress has both the authority and the responsibility to provide oversight in this matter, as well as many others affecting the governance of our nation's capital. I want to thank this bill's sponsor, Representative Gill, and Chairman Comer for their leadership on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of H.J. Res. 142. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas
reserves.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield as much time as he may consume to the ranking member, Congressman Robert Garcia.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank Representative Frost for yielding. I also want to strongly oppose this bill, which is yet another attack on the rights of over 700,000 D.C. residents. Now, this is the 10th bill that House Republicans are considering and have considered to either repeal or amend local D.C. laws. Now, we know that D.C. has more residents than 2 states, pays more in federal taxes than 26 states, and more per capita, of course, than any state as it relates to paying those taxes. Now, D.C.'s locally elected officials are accountable to D.C. residents, and local leaders should be empowered to address local matters without Congress interfering. Now, I've said this many times before, but issues like this go straight to the heart of representation. It repeals a tax law which the D.C. Council passed unanimously. Now, the act created a child tax credit and expanded the earned income tax credit. These credits will significantly reduce child poverty in D.C. Now, D.C.'s act temporarily paused several provisions of Trump's larger bill from applying, of course, to D.C.'s tax code. Now, Resolution 142 will deprive D.C. of $600 million in revenue over the next 4 years. Now, this could force D.C. to cut public safety, education, and certainly impact its ability to serve the community. The threat of a budget cut will increase borrowing costs for D.C., forcing more of the city revenue to go towards interest payments than actually helping people. As happened, of course, when Republicans cut D.C.'s local budget by about $1 billion last year. H.R. HJ Resolution 142 will also cause chaos in the D.C. tax filing season, which has already begun, of course. Now, Trump's Department of Homeland Security, of course, is doing horrific things across the country. The DOJ is defying the law withholding the Epstein files. We're dealing with the cost of living crisis across the country. And instead, today, we're debating to vote to actually increase child poverty within the District of Columbia. We strongly oppose this. We should, instead of actually acting like a super council for D.C., we should be considering issues like D.C. statehood. I urge my colleagues to oppose Resolution 142, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida
reserves.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank Chairman Representative Gill for yielding time today. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to vote in favor of the Working Families Tax Cuts Act to deliver tax relief to millions of Americans. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and support for small businesses. So what does the D.C. Council do? They voted to deny their own residents these benefits. This means a waitress working in Washington, D.C. restaurant gets taxed on her tips on her D.C. tax return, while her counterpart in Virginia doesn't get taxed on their Virginia tax return. A construction worker putting in overtime, D.C. takes a cut. This is the kind of move that makes people furious. Congress delivered tax relief for Americans, and Washington, D.C. said, not for our residents. The district claims they need the revenue. By their own estimate, this revenue is 0.6% of their annual budget. They're squeezing every penny out of working families over less than 1% of their budget because they can't spend responsibly. Think about what that means. D.C. would rather tax a single mother's tips and take money from overtime checks from hardworking residents than make responsible spending decisions. That's not governance, that's a shakedown. This is D.C. politicians protecting their spending habits on the backs of waitresses and construction workers. This is the same broken government mentality we see time and time again. I support this resolution disapproving of D.C.'s tax grab, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
You know, I think it's very interesting because as we sit here, I keep hearing my colleagues bring up the, quote, working families tax cut bill. They keep bringing it up, and I'm asking the staff here, I don't remember voting on the working families tax cut bill. We looked it up, and we can't find it. This body has not voted on the working families tax cut bill this Congress. We did vote on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and I asked myself, why do they keep changing the name of their legislation? They don't want to say the name of their legislation. The reason why is simple. We know that Donald Trump came here to the Hill after this bill was passed because it was so deeply unpopular with the American people that he said, we have to rebrand. We have to change the name. I mean, it goes to tell you how unpopular and how bad this bill is. They even called it the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. It has the word beautiful in it. And the bill is so bad for working people, 64% of adults, Democrats, Republicans, independent, people who don't care about politics, hate it so much that the bill that they put the word beautiful in, they can't say the name anymore because it's so damn toxic, because it takes most of the resources from working people, gives it to the billionaires and mega corporations, and now months later they still want to tout the bill, but they won't dare call it the name. It just goes to show that this administration is obsessed with helping the well-to-do and the well-connected and not working people. So anytime you hear in this debate this working families tax cut bill, we never voted on such a bill. The name of it was the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The most resources going from working people to the ultra-wealthy billionaires and corporations in the history of this country. Say it 3 times. One Big Beautiful Bill Act, One Big Beautiful Bill Act, One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That is the bill that we voted on. 64% of Americans are against it. Now I'm going to yield 7 minutes to Congresswoman Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 7 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I strongly oppose this unprecedented, undemocratic, and paternalistic disapproval resolution. This disapproval resolution would sabotage the District of Columbia's tax filing season and credit rating. The substance of the D.C. law that is the subject of this disapproval resolution should be irrelevant to members of Congress, since there is never justification for Congress to legislate on local D.C. matters. But I will discuss it. The D.C. law, which the D.C. Council unanimously passed, established a child tax credit, increased an existing earned income tax credit, and decoupled D.C.'s tax code from some of the tax provisions in the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This disapproval resolution would repeal the D.C. law. Let it be clear, the D.C. law changed only the D.C. tax code. It did not and could not change the federal tax code. The D.C. tax filing season began last week. This disapproval resolution would change D.C.'s tax code during the current tax filing season, causing an administrative nightmare for D.C. and tax software companies. D.C. would have to suspend the current tax filing season for several months to update tax forms and guidance, and taxpayers who have already filed returns would have to file amended returns. The D.C. tax law is not unique. Like D.C., approximately half the states, both red and blue, automatically adopt federal tax changes in their tax codes. However, like D.C., several of these states, both red and blue, have passed laws decoupling their tax codes from some of the tax provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The approximately 20 states, both red and blue, that link their tax codes to the federal tax codes as of a specific date would have to change that date to adopt the tax provisions of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The D.C. law expires in 225 days, giving D.C. time to evaluate which provisions in the One Big Beautiful Bill it wants to permanently adopt or decouple. This disapproval resolution would harm D.C.'s credit rating, forcing D.C. to pay higher interest rates. Rating agencies consider the possibility of Congress meddling in D.C.'s fiscal matters as negative for D.C.'s rating, but also could consider as positive that Congress has never voided or otherwise overturned revenue-raising measures approved by the district. If this disapproval resolution were enacted, Congress would have overturned a revenue-raising measure approved by D.C. Last year, when Congress cut D.C.'s local budget by $1 billion. D.C.'s rating was put on negative watch. This disapproval resolution is an even bigger threat to D.C.'s rating. The D.C. law established a child tax credit and increased an existing earned income tax credit. These credits are projected to reduce child poverty in D.C. by 20%. This disapproval resolution will repeal these credits. The D.C. law is expected to generate approximately $600 million in local tax revenue over the next 4 years. If this disapproval resolution were enacted, D.C. would have to make up for that lost revenue, such as by cutting critical programs. The 700 million D.C. residents, the majority of whom are black or brown, are capable and worthy of local self-government. I urge my colleagues to oppose this disapproval resolution and to instead make D.C. a state, free D.C. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter to Congress from the D.C. Office of Chief Financial Officer, an independent office established by Congress.
Without objection.
The letter states that if this disapproval resolution were enacted, the office would have to suspend the current D.C. tax filing season for several months to update tax forms, schedules, and instructions to reprogram the tax processing system for tax preparation companies to update their software. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a joint letter to Congress from D.C.'s elected mayor and the elected council chairman strongly opposing this disapproval resolution.
Without objection.
While they disagreed on whether the D.C. Council should have enacted the D.C. law that is the subject of this disapproval resolution in the first place, they both strongly oppose this disapproval resolution. Their letter states that this disapproval resolution, if enacted, not only would violate D.C.'s right to self-government, but would have major immediate impacts on tax administration in D.C. Finally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter to Congress from the D.C. business community. While the D.C. business community may not have supported the D.C. law that is the subject of this disapproval resolution, their letter states...
I yield a minute to the gentlewoman.
How much time?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Thank you, sir.
The gentlewoman, recognize 1 minute.
Their letter states they oppose this disapproval resolution because if enacted, it would cause chaos during the tax filing season and fiscal instability and uncertainty, impending D.C.'s ability to attract investment. Thank you for yielding.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
22 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in strong support of House Joint Resolution 142, disapproving of D.C.'s recent decision to decouple from key provisions of the Internal Revenue Service, or Internal Revenue Code. This resolution ensures that D.C. residents can benefit from President Trump's historic tax cuts, just like hardworking families across the country. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for my constituents in California's 40th district. Under Governor Newsom's rule, California has repeatedly chosen to decouple from federal tax relief, denying hardworking families and small businesses much-needed breathing room after years of Biden inflation. Californians are struggling with some of the highest taxes and cost of living in the nation and are getting no relief from Governor Newsom and Democrats in Sacramento. I'm proud to support this bill because workers and families in D.C., California, and across the country deserve a chance to get ahead. I hope this bill inspires California leaders to come to their senses and allow the full relief of the important wins in one big, beautiful bill that provided the working families tax cuts to take effect for Californians. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized, but also should know that he has 14 minutes left.
14 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm glad to hear the gentlewoman say loud and proud, one big, beautiful bill, a bill that 64% of Americans don't like and believe give more resources to the rich, the well-connected, the wealthy, the billionaires, and the corporations than them. So say it out loud, and I'm glad to hear that after I pointed out this fake name that my Republican colleagues keep bringing out. And as we're talking about the One Big Beautiful Bill, my colleagues continue to bring up the fact that they worked hard to write and pass it. They worked hard to pass the One Big Beautiful Big Act. They said they, quote, had numerous debates in Congress, end quote. But D.C. didn't get a vote in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. They bring up that they've put this bill forward. They're running from their offices over here to the House floor to debate on this bill to overturn a local law passed by members of the D.C. City Council that were elected by the people who live here. They claim to care about the taxpayers of D.C., but I guess they don't care enough to give them the real representation they deserve, a vote in the United States Congress. That alone shows us what this is all about. They don't care about the taxpayers of D.C. They have no problem taxing them without representation. They care about using D.C., the people who live and work here year-round, as a pawn, as a political punching bag, so they can go home and say that maybe they actually did something. If they truly care about the taxpayers of D.C., they'd put this bill aside and pass H.R. 51, free D.C., and make sure that we have D.C. statehood. That is making sure that you care about the taxpayers of D.C. I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Joint Resolution 142, legislation to reverse a District of Columbia law that bars the citizens of our nation's capital from seeing the benefits of the working families' tax cuts enacted by Republicans and signed into law by President Trump on July 4th. Instead of seizing the opportunity to provide relief to the working families and small businesses in their community, the elected leaders in D.C. are going out of their way to deny their own citizens tax relief. That includes policies like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, an increased standard deduction, which 91% of Americans use to file their taxes. They say they're the party of the working class. They're the party of the taxing class, because they do not want the people waiting their tables in Washington, D.C. to have no tax on tips, because they believe they can spend your hard-earned dollars better than you can. That's the difference between the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. We're the party of the working class. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, tax relief for seniors. Under the working families tax cut, a family of four who makes less than $73,000 will pay $0 in federal taxes. And every single Democrat in the House and the Senate voted against that provision. We also increased the child tax credit to $2,200 and made it permanent. And every single Democrat voted against it. We created Trump investment accounts for every new child born in America, $1,000 seed money to transform their life, and every single Democrat voted against it. They are the taxing party. They are not the party about affordability. They're not the party about working families. I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Texas reserves.
Reserve, and Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There it is again. From one of the highest-ranking people of the Republican Party on the other side, Working Families Tax Cut Bill. No bill exists. We haven't voted on a bill called the Working Families Tax Cut Bill. We voted on the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So even one of the guys that's most instrumental in passing this bill, that they're here blatantly lying about, saying that helps working people when it really helps the most rich, wealthy people in this country, he won't even call it by the name. Because most adults in this country know the truth. They know that it is the largest transfer of wealth from them to the billionaires, from them to the corporations, from them to people like Donald Trump and his friends. You know, there's something that Ranking Member Garcia brought up that I think is really important. This is the 10th bill this Congress that the Republicans have brought forth focusing on the District of Columbia, focusing on D.C. And if we polled every Republican district, if we polled my colleague's district on the side of the aisle, if we polled everyone that spoke, if we polled everyone's district in the United States Congress except for Eleanor Holmes Norton's district, if we polled every single one of them, I promise you that trying to overturn the laws that the D.C. City Council has voted for will not appear in the top 10 issues that your constituents are dealing with. Actually, I'll go a little further. I don't think it would appear in the top 100 issues that your constituents are facing. So instead of bringing forth 10 bills to undo democracy for the people of D.C., we could have done 10 other things. Instead of bringing forth a bill on D.C., we could have done something on housing. Rent is skyrocketing. People can't afford to live in a home because of the rising costs of rent. Number two, instead of bringing the second bill on D.C., we could have done something about utility prices, the power of heat, the power of AC, the power of power. It's up 6.7%. Donald Trump had said that he would cut utilities in half. That hasn't happened. They've gone up. When the third bill to do something on D.C. came to the floor, we could have done something about health care. We have a broken health care system in this country, where health insurance companies are making skyrocketing profits. We're paying more. More Americans are dying because they're not rich and because they don't have money. When the fourth bill on D.C. came to Congress, we could have done a bill to lower grocery prices for Americans. Donald Trump ran saying he'd do something about it. Donald Trump said when he was elected as the President of the United States that he would lower grocery prices on day one. On day one. But grocery prices are up. When the fifth bill came to the House floor on overturning a D.C. city law, we could have done something on corruption, something on Congress. We could have banned members of Congress from buying and trading stock. We could have done something to put some guardrails on the presidency so no president can make money off of being the president of the United States. We know being president is one of the most lucrative things that Donald Trump has done. We could have handled corruption in the Supreme Court. When the sixth bill came to the House floor on the D.C. laws, we could have done something on campaign finance reform. We could have ended Citizens United, done something about the fact that corporations and billionaires can flood our elections with unlimited amounts of dark money, essentially trying to change the outcome to elect pawns and puppets to help them for what they want. When the seventh bill came to the House floor on Washington, D.C., we could have done something to maybe rein in ICE, this agency that was going around terrorizing our neighbors. I mean, maybe, just maybe, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy would be alive right now if maybe on the seventh D.C. bill we did something about this. On the eighth D.C. bill, we could have done something to help small businesses, passing legislation, because we do too much to help the big corporations and nothing to help small businesses and entrepreneurs. On the ninth one, on the ninth bill that Republicans brought to the floor this Congress, maybe we could have done something on reversing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that they passed, and we could have taxed the billionaires. The gentleman was saying we're the tax party. I want to tax the billionaires more. I want to make sure that they're paying their fair share. Hell, if a teacher, if a nurse, if someone who works at a grocery store is paying their fair share, how come billionaires aren't? And on the 10th time, which is this time, maybe we could have done something about the tax that the Republican Party and Donald Trump have put on working families, which are the Trump tariff taxes, which are part of the reason why costs are skyrocketing across this country from housing to groceries. 10 bills to undo the democracy of people who live here in D.C. 10 issues and 10 solutions we could have worked on to help working families. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, I encourage all my colleagues in Congress to oppose this joint resolution. Voting no means that we refuse to support this congressional Republican effort to end child tax credit in Washington, D.C. Voting no means that we oppose the fact that Republicans are using important time in Congress that should be spent on making life better, safer, and more affordable for American people instead of attacking the residents of Washington, D.C. with higher prices, lower budgets for the D.C. government to work on school, child care, first responders, health care, and other services. Voting no means supporting D.C. home rule and defending D.C. against bullies in Congress. The so-called One Big Beautiful Bill Act is an attack on the working people of this nation and across this entire nation. It cuts health care and food assistance from working families to give massive tax breaks for billionaires and mega corporations. Republicans in this chamber need to work on accepting the unpopular and damaging nature of the law that they passed, which it sounds like they're almost there because they've even gone so far to rename the bill called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that they passed that 64% of Americans believe are bad for them. So once again, I encourage all my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's, as my colleague pointed out, it is good to be here and floor debate with the other youngest member of the House of Representatives. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I suspect we would both agree that we do need more representation in Washington in this body from younger Americans, even though he and I disagree on many things, including this bill. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot from the other side of the aisle about how they support working families. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that would provide no tax on Social Security, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, provisions that specifically help working families, working class families in this country, and yet they're opposed to it. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a little bit about fiscal responsibility. That's something that Republicans have championed for quite some time. In fact, it's been pointed out that our ideas are old, and I would point out that my colleague is right. Our ideas are old in a sense, and that individual liberty and fiscal responsibility are ideas that have withstood the test of time. That is something that conservatives recognize. But the city of Washington, D.C. does not adhere to those ideas. If they would like to pursue a more responsible budget, I think that we would all be thrilled. And yet, what are they spending their money on? Recently, the city of Washington, D.C. gave almost a $500,000 grant to the Central American Resource Center, which advocates for local rent supplement programs to go to non-citizens, in other words, illegal aliens. They gave almost $1 million, over 2 grants, to Georgetown University, a university whose endowment is about $3.6 billion. In fiscal year 2025, D.C. spent approximately $434,000 to establish a reparations task force. That same year, they spent $40 million for the Office of Migrant Services to, quote, ensure migrants arriving in the district are treated humanely and have the resources they need to reach their destination or resettle. In other words, taking money out of the pockets of working class families and giving it to illegal aliens. In fiscal year 2025, again, D.C. spent almost $2.3 million on the Office of Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Questioning Affairs. That same year, they spent $7 million for the Green Bank. And in fiscal year 2025, they spent $441,000 for the Medical Cannabis Social Equity Fund. Mr. Speaker, we support fiscal responsibility. This is not fiscal responsibility. This is taking money from working class families to fund left-wing social programs and pet projects. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I strongly support this joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council in approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025. It's an egregious targeting of the hardworking residents of the district, and it ignorantly and foolishly blocks economic growth. Congress is within its right to deny this legislation pursuant to the D.C. Home Rule Act, and it should do so, because it's the right thing to do for the people of this district. The people and businesses of this town deserve the tax relief these provisions grant, not just at the federal level, but also at the local level, and it's time we support them. And the following organizations have endorsed this resolution, including AMAC Action, America First Policy Institute, the D.C. Police Union, Heritage Action, the Independent Women's Forum, the International Franchise Association, the National Association of Convenience Stores, the National Association of Wholesale Distributors, the National Restaurant Association, the National Taxpayers Union, the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. The House must swiftly exercise its constitutional responsibility to oversee the District of Columbia and reject this misguided legislation from going into effect. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to unite in support of D.C. taxpayers and businesses and support this necessary resolution of disapproval. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 1032. The previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revisions Temporary Amendment Act of 2025.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is passed.
Mr. Chair, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in and in relation to Burma declared in Executive Order 14014 of February 10, 2021 is to continue in effect beyond February 10, 2026. My administration is closely monitoring developments in and in relation to Burma and is engaging with relevant stakeholders and regional partners to encourage dialogue among conflict parties that reduces violence and increases political stability. I am prepared to calibrate pressure as necessary to protect American interest in and in relation to Burma. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14014 with respect to this situation in and in relation to Burma. Signed sincerely, Donald J. Trump, the White House, February 3rd, 2026.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: the motion to recommit on H.R. 4090, passage of H.R. 4090 if ordered, and passage of House Joint Resolution 142. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 4090 offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger-Fernandez, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 4090, offered by Ms. Leger-Fernandez of New Mexico.
The questions on agreeing to the motion to recommit, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. I think this is a yes. Oh, good. I'm glad I checked. 1 second. Oh, shit. On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 212. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose, gentleman from California, seek recognition? Yep, all right. The gentleman requests the yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 224 and the nays are 195. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of House Joint Resolution 142, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 142, joint resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia Council and approving the D.C. Income and Franchise Tax Conformity and Revision Temporary Amendment Act of 2025.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 215 and the nays are 210. The joint resolution is passed. Purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 2433, a bill originally introduced by Representative Green of Tennessee for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 1849, bill originally introduced by Representative LaMalfa of California for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprints pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. For what purposes, the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And further, when the House adjourns that day, it adjourned to meet at noon on Monday, next for morning hour debate, and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. For what purposes, the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 5658, the Child Care for Every Community Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Sherrill of New Jersey for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. I'm set. Hit. You can go ahead and sit up.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. Thank you. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Virginia, thank you. The gentleman from Virginia will now be recognized. Objection.
Let's see if we can make this work. All right, Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to recognize Edith Younger Edmonds of Halifax County, an artist who uses her quilts to celebrate African American history. At 100 years old, Edmonds is still making quilts, a passion she discovered at a young age of 7, still using the same sewing machine she had since 1954. Her quilts go beyond artistic talent. Each stitch reflects the coded patterns enslaved people used to navigate the Underground Railroad, preserving the powerful stories of America's past. Through her publications, Secret Stitches, Underground Railroad Activity Book for Children and Adults, and Sacred Stitches, Edmonds educates future generations about the role of quilts during the Civil War and fight for emancipation. Today, she and her daughter, Amy Edmonds, continue this work together. I'm honored to represent such a talented constituent who is dedicated to keeping our history alive, one stitch at a time. And with that, I yield back.
The House will be in order. Please take your conversations outside. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say Happy Black History Month and to remind all that Black history is American history. I honor Rosa Parks, an American hero, on her birthday. Rosa Parks' courage was not confined to a single act when she was arrested in Montgomery, Alabama on that bus. Known as the mother of the modern civil rights movement, she was an advocate for justice and a public servant who devoted her life to the NAACP, strengthening our democracy and serving 20 years as a congressional staffer. Since her death 20 years ago, I have saluted her and made Ohio the first state in the nation to recognize December 1st as Rosa Parks Day. As America celebrates 250 years as our birthday, we must honor not only our founding fathers, but also the mothers of our democracy, women like Rosa Parks. Happy heavenly birthday, Rosa Parks, and may she rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of former Lady Lake Commissioner John Gourley. John Gourley, a beloved community member known for his musical talent and infectious personality, unfortunately passed away a few days ago at the age of 74. He was first elected in 2022 and re-elected in 2024, and proudly represented what it meant to be a Floridian. I mourn the passing of a man whose life reflected a dedication to servant leadership. During his time in office, Commissioner Gourley represented Lady Lake with the utmost precision and attention to what made the city great. As a former business owner, welder, and auctioneer, he understood the necessity and vitality of connecting local commerce and fiscal responsibility. Beloved within the community, those who knew him not just as a commissioner, but a friend who could put a smile on anyone's face with his karaoke and a guitar. As a man of many roles and regions, there was no better representative of Florida. I know there's no replacement for a man this rooted and invested within the community, and there are no words I can speak which may ease the pain, loss, and grief experienced by both his family and the town he so lovingly served. To the town of Lady Lake, I offer my full support as a member of Congress, and we wish his family the best in this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend, Ismail Ahmed, who I lovingly called Ishman. He was one of my first mentors, and I grew so much working with him at Access, the largest Arab American human services agency in the nation. If you knew Ishman, he definitely introduced you to beautiful music and artists that you had never heard of. He loved working on Concert of Colors, and I knew for a fact the last few weeks of his life, that's exactly what he was doing, working on this beautiful, beautiful international festival in Detroit. His laugh was a belly laugh that shook his whole body, and you couldn't help but laugh along with him, even with all of his community work for justice and for the art community. One thing I will always remember is the incredible patience and love he showed my grandmother, Siti Shama. He never turned his back on her, even while she was trying to raise her grandkids on her own and was going through a lot of mental health challenges. I will always, always love him for that. We are going to miss him. We know that his decades of service to our community will be his legacy, and he can rest now. Rest in power, my dear friend. You really, really did good for our community, and we'll never, ever forget it.
For purposes, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Colorado as a top producer of Olympians representing Team USA at the 2026 Olympic Winter Games in Milano Cortina. Colorado's 5th Congressional District is known as Olympic City, USA, with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee headquarters in Colorado Springs. Today, I'm honored to highlight 3 incredible athletes on Team USA that reside in my hometown of Colorado Springs: Amber Glenn, Danny O'Shea, and Ellie Cam. They are among the 16 U.S. figure skaters nominated to the 2026 U.S. Olympic team. Amber, Danny, and Ellie, I can assure you that Colorado's 5th Congressional District will be rooting for you as you compete the next few weeks. Mr. Speaker, with the opening ceremonies taking place this Friday, I ask you join me in wishing them success in their careers and to bring the gold home for Team USA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life and memory of my constituent, Daniel Kinross, who passed away recently at the age of 82. Dan loved his family, his community, and his country, and he lived a life of service to them all. He proudly served our great country in the United States Coast Guard, and throughout his life, he focused on his community, serving as a Ross Township Commissioner and coach of youth sports teams. Service was in Dan's bones, and in Western Pennsylvania, a life like Dan's, devoted to family, community, and country, shows exactly who we are. Humble, proud, always ready to do our part, Dan embodied the very best of our Western Pennsylvania values: hard work, patriotism, and sacrifice. I'm holding the Kinross family in my heart as we celebrate Dan's life and we mourn his passing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate 3 extraordinary athletes from Colorado's 3rd District who are headed to the 2026 Olympics to represent our country. A half-pipe skier from Aspen, Alex Ferreira, already has 2 Olympic Games under his belt, and I'm confident that his experience will lead to success. Charlie Mickle is a men's freestyle skier who specializes in moguls. Hailing from Durango, his dedication to competitive skiing has led him to this incredible milestone, and we are very proud of his journey. Haley Swerble began cross-country skiing in her hometown of El Jebel at just 10 years old. She made her Olympic debut in 2022, and we can't wait to see her back in action. For Haley, the best is yet to come. On behalf of Colorado's 3rd District, I congratulate Alex Ferreira, Haley Swerble, and Charlie Mickle, and I wish them the very best as they make our nation proud in Milan this month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition. Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor and in somber recognition of the 7 crew members of the Lily Jean who were lost at sea when their trawler sank off the coast of Gloucester, Massachusetts, last Friday. The Gloucester community and the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts mourn the loss of Captain Accurcio Gus Sanfilippo, his crew, and a NOAA observer. Captain Gus was more than just a seasoned mariner. He was a mentor, a leader, and a beloved figure in the Gloucester fishing community. We also remember John Paul Roussanidis, Sean Terrian, Freeman Short, and Jada Samet, a young federal observer just starting her career. We also think of the families who, devastated today, live with the constant anxiety that comes with having loved ones away at sea. We also extend our deepest gratitude to the U.S. Coast Guard for their relentless efforts searching more than 1,000 square miles to try to find the crew. Fishing is not just an occupation. It is a way of life built on the hard work, risk, and an enduring love for the sea. Fishermen often say they have salt in their blood. My thoughts and prayers are with the families and loved ones of the crew of the Lily Jean, and we stand with the entire Gloucester community during this heartbreaking time. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize a remarkable North Dakotan, this handsome young man, Ray Curtis of Minot. On February 11th, Ray will turn 109 years old. He is the oldest living World War II veteran in North Dakota and one of the oldest in our entire country. Ray served our nation during one of the most defining moments in world history. Like so many from his generation, he answered the call without hesitation and helped secure freedom. Ray now resides at Minot Lodge Senior Living, surrounded by family and caregivers. North Dakota is so proud of Ray Curtis. We are grateful for his service, his sacrifice, and his example. Happy birthday, Ray. Congratulations on a life well lived in service to our country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Requesting unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to recognize the Akron Rites of Passage as the Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champions of the Week. Led by 13 elders in the community, AROPI, as it is also known, is an African-centered organization established with the purpose of educating, training, and empowering its participants in African-centered rites of passage, processes, rituals, customs, and practices. Its further purpose is to promote all aspects of healthy growth and development of individuals, families, and the community of African descent in the Akron, Summit County, and surrounding areas. 5 years ago, the Akron Rites of Passage Institute introduced a community initiative called the Legacy Building Project to support the ongoing growth, development, and long-term sustainability of the African American community. Terrence Shelter, co-chair of the project, also served as the co-president of the Akron Rites of Passage Institute, and earlier this month laid out plans for a new African American cultural center and museum complex on behalf of the program. The building will house a museum, a business incubator, and a center to teach people about trading and investing as a means of building economic wealth in the community. He envisions museums exhibiting highlighting Akron sports legends, scientists, and artists like LeBron James, Gus Johnson, Rita Dove, and Woodrow Nash. This project, he said, is not just a project for Black people, this is a project for the city of Akron. It is everyday citizens doing remarkable things like this who help make our community the birthplace of champions. Community members for the Akron Rite of Passage Institute are certainly champions on their own right and made Akron and Ohio's 13th Congressional District proud. Again, I want to extend my...
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate Lou Talbert Ranch Outfitters of Casper, Wyoming, for being named one of the 50 best clothing stores in America by the New York Times. Lou Talbert Ranch Outfitters first opened its doors in 1919 after being founded by C.W. Talbert, an immigrant from Germany who grew enamored with the cowboy spirit and the allure of the West. From its beginnings as a hardware store catering to the local agricultural community, Lou Talbert Ranch Outfitters has grown to be a cornerstone of the Casper community. Now, over 100 years later, it does not matter whether you are a rancher, a cowboy, or a tourist passing through. You are treated to the authentic spirit of the West at Lou Talbert's. Please join me in recognizing and celebrating the accomplishments of Casper, Wyoming's Lou Talbert Ranch Outfitters. With that, I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from California seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Marianne Neihart, whose life of commitment to healing and community uplifted countless neighbors across Pacifica, California, and beyond. Marianne's career in nursing and mental health spanned 4 decades. She began her service with the County of San Mateo and later joined the San Francisco Veterans Affairs Medical Center, where she rose to become clinical director and chief nurse of mental health services. Her excellence earned her Nurse of the Year and Distinguished Service Awards from the American Psychiatric Nurses Association, among many other honors. While caring for thousands of veterans, she also inspired and guided younger professionals pursuing careers in the practice of psychiatric nursing. Marianne's dedication to the community didn't stop with her day job. She also served on the Pacifica City Council, and for 2 terms as Pacifica's mayor. She was a hands-on visionary leader who championed public engagement and collaborative governance. In her final battle with cancer, as with every other facet of her life, Marianne Neihart embodied courage, kindness, and an unwavering dedication to others. Though we mourned her loss last Saturday, we will be celebrating her inspiring legacy for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
For purposes, gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor Department of Natural Resources Officer Charles Ruth for 31 years of exceptional service to the state of South Carolina. For more than 3 decades, Charles devoted his career to protecting our natural resources and preserving the outdoor traditions that make our state unique. During his time with South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, he served as the state's big game coordinator. He helped oversee the management of deer, wild turkey, and black bear populations across our state. Over the years, Charles helped shape over 100 laws, engaged directly with the public of South Carolina, and ensured our wildlife policies were based on sound science and respect for landowners and sportsmen. Thanks to his commitment, South Carolina's approach to wildlife management remains one of the strongest and most respected in the country. His work will continue to benefit our state for generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition.
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after months of delays and distractions, Trump's DOJ finally released another trove of documents from the Epstein files. DOJ claims it's in full compliance with the Epstein File Transparency Act, but that's simply not true. It's just the latest in a long line of lies and excuses from this administration. To date, the DOJ has only released half of the files in direct violation of federal law. The survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse have already endured unimaginable pain. They deserve truth and accountability. However, in this latest release, some of the survivors' names and images were exposed, while the men who abused them remained redacted. What is DOJ hiding? Who are they protecting? Here's the bottom line. Anything short of full compliance amounts to a cover-up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Congressional App Challenge winners for Indiana's 3rd District, Ishan Ramrakiani and Rikin Kavarud. Together, these two students identified a gap in AI services and decided to provide a solution. Using their technical knowledge, they programmed an innovative app that offers AI assistance for professional video editing called Auteur. This app allows users to employ editing tools specific to their needs using plain language and AI. This app showcases both students' outstanding knowledge and experience in computer coding. Creating an app from scratch truly speaks to their initiative and desire to make an impact. Throughout the process, both students maintained determination despite technical hurdles. Their creativity and determination for success is truly inspiring. I know both Ishan and Ricken have a bright future ahead, and I wish them continued success as they pursue their future academic and professional goals. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As we celebrate Black History Month, it feels right to honor someone who spent a lifetime making sure Black history in St. Louis was seen, recorded, and remembered. After more than 40 years, Wiley Price is retiring. For decades, Wiley documented St. Louis through the lens of the St. Louis American. That matters, because Black St. Louis has not always been seen clearly or treated as central to this city's story. Wiley made sure it was. He was there for the joy and the grief from church basements and street corners, for presidents, moments of celebration, and moments of strife. While others passed through, Wiley stayed, year after year, building trust, bearing witness, and creating a record that cannot be erased. If someone wants to understand Black St. Louis over the last 40 years, they won't start with the official reports or headlines written elsewhere. They'll start with Wiley Price's photographs, which told a story that could never be written. As he retires, he leaves behind more than images. He leaves behind a history of the city told honestly and with care. His work will never fade, and St. Louis
time has
is
expired.
a better place because of him. Thank you. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize and thank County Court Judge James Warden upon his retirement. A lifelong Nebraskan, his judgeship has been evidence of his dedication to public service. Throughout his 2-decade tenure, Judge Warden has served Nebraskans with integrity and a profound commitment to upholding the rule of law. Whether it was expanding others' understanding of the judicial system, celebrating families' new beginnings through National Adoption Day events, or demonstrating compassion in the Scottsbluff Juvenile Drug Court, he exemplified a judicial career built on the conviction that justice should be firm, fair, and just. He will be remembered for his strong faith, devotion to his family, and as a trusted member of his community, someone who quietly led by example and generously gave his time to strengthening the lives of others. Thank you, Judge, for your faithful service to the state of Nebraska. I wish you, Joni, and your entire family all the best in the years ahead, and congratulate you on a career defined by respect, service, and lasting impact. Thank you. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of all of the NIOSH workers around the country, including the 400 in my district. NIOSH for 50 years has been helping workers all over the country, making sure that workers are safe and healthy. And during all of the DOGE cuts, 1,500 NIOSH workers lost their jobs, and we got to worked with labor and others, 100 members of Congress, and we started getting those jobs reinstated. And we asked Secretary Kennedy to work with us and to make sure that every single one of these workers got their jobs back. And just a few weeks ago, we found out that every one of them did get their jobs back. So I just want to thank the NIOSH folks for their ongoing support, everyone in labor for working with us, and the work of this Congress to stand up for workers, especially my colleagues over here. So thank you all very much. I yield back.
For purposes, the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in honor to recognize the career of one of our nation's greatest spy catchers. My constituent, Marvin Dell Spry, spent nearly 20 years in the FBI running counterintelligence operations to keep our country safe. Mr. Spry ran FBI investigations that caught Aldrich Ames, a high-ranking CIA official who betrayed his country for money and spent nearly a decade spying for the Soviet Union. In 1994, the FBI caught Ames and Mr. Spry put him in handcuffs. After pleading guilty to espionage charges, Ames received a life sentence and died in federal prison last month. Mr. Spry received many decorations for his outstanding leadership of the investigation and retired from the Bureau in 2006. Since then, he has continued to share his wisdom and expertise with the FBI trainees and young people interested in law enforcement. On behalf of a grateful nation, thank you, Mr. Spry, for your patriotism and honorable service to our nation. Job well done, Semper Fidelis.
For what purposes, gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise as federal agents once again descend upon Portland, not to protect, but to terrorize. Over the weekend, during a peaceful labor-led protest, DHS agents deployed tear gas, including children in the crowd. DHS, let me say that again, tear-gassed children. The clouds were so dense they sickened families and left a stench that lingered for miles. This wasn't crowd control, it is state-sponsored violence. The courts agree. Yesterday, a federal judge ordered a temporary restraining order against federal agents tear-gassing peaceful protesters. This isn't the first time federal agents have used excessive force. In Portland, just last October, after protesters were already restrained, federal agents pepper sprayed them point blank. This is not law enforcement. This is Donald Trump's goon squad deployed to punish and dissent and sow chaos in our communities. Let me be clear. Portland will not be bullied into compliance, nor to betraying our values. I echo Mayor Keith Welson's call. If you are still working for ICE, resign. It's no honor to participate in this kind of hostility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to honor Dr. Judy Selk-Flores, recipient of the Guam Council of Arts and Humanities Agency Lifetime Cultural Contribution Award, an artist whose life work has shaped Guam's culture landscape and preserved the soul of our island. Dr. Flores came to Guam as a child in 1957 and made this island her home. She learned Chamorro language, immersed herself in our traditions, and devoted her life to preserving Guam's cultural identity. At a time when much of our heritage was risked at being lost, she chose to safeguard it through living, breathing art. Through boutique and visual storytelling, she captured the island's life, family, and tradition, turning memory into something tangible that our people can carry forward. She did more than create art, she built community. As a founding member of the Guam Visual Arts Guide and founding of Guahan Art, she opened doors for young artists, teaching them to have confidence, purpose, and pride in their work. Today, we honor not only an artist, but a steward of heritage. Dr. Flores reminds us that culture endures because people chose to protect it. And she has and continues to do every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes, gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, families with disabled adult children deserve our full support in Congress, but these days they are being forced through unnecessary security and disability determination renewals to prove that their disabled adult children deserve assistance at all. That's right. Recipients are asked to prove over and over and over again whether a person still has a genetic condition, a chromosomal disorder, or a known lifelong disability. And these reviews, on top of that, are too often done incorrectly, inconsistently, and without regard for medical reality. And this process is exhausting for families, distressing for individuals with disabilities, and a waste of money, because that's right, we are spending a lot of taxpayer dollars to prove over and over again that Americans with permanent conditions need assistance. And the burden on these families doesn't stop there, because Medicaid waiver hours are being reduced nationwide, which means families are losing vital community-based care, forcing parents who have to fill the gap. And this is not efficiency at all. This is neglect, and this administration must step in and make changes now and end the unnecessary reviews. Support the families instead. I yield back.
Expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on my bill designating the United States Postal Service facility located at 1225 Kempsville Road in Virginia Beach as the Colonel Edward Shames Post Office building. Colonel Shames was a proud Virginian and a member of Easy Company, 101st Airborne Division, notably featured in the hit HBO documentary Band of Brothers. He parachuted into Normandy on D-Day, fought through Operation Market Garden and the Battle of the Bulge, and led under fire in some of the most consequential battles of World War II. For his courage and sacrifice, he was awarded a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart. After the war, Colonel Shames continued serving our nation, eventually retiring as a colonel, and later made Virginia Beach his home, where he became a dedicated community member and a tireless advocate for veterans. As the last surviving officer of Easy Company, Colonel Shames represented the very best of the greatest generation. Naming this post office in his honor ensures his legacy of service, leadership, and patriotism will endure for generations to come. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what happened to Aaliyah Rahman is chilling, and it's a warning for all of us. Aaliyah is a U.S. citizen. She's a software engineer. She identifies as disabled, as autistic, and as someone suffering from a traumatic brain injury. On her way to a doctor's appointment, she was stopped by ICE. They screamed conflicting orders at her, dragged her from her car, carried her while she screamed, "I'm autistic, I'm disabled." She said, "Please, I'm disabled." It didn't matter. She was denied medical care. She lost consciousness in detention. She suffered a concussion. She had to be taken out in an ambulance. Mr. Speaker, this is not about immigration enforcement. This is not about public safety. Aaliyah was a victim of terror at the hands of her own government. We owe Aaliyah and all of the Americans real accountability. And I will not stop demanding it on the floor of this House. It's repugnant, absolutely disgusting what happened to her. And she's not the only one. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Paul W. Brown on his retirement from the FBI, where he served as special agent in charge of the FBI Atlanta field office. Mr. Brown has served the FBI diligently since 2006, with experience spanning counterterrorism and weapons of mass destruction. Holding degrees from both Western Illinois and Tarleton State University, Mr. Brown built a well-rounded foundation that supported his work in law enforcement and investigations. Mr. Brown's leadership and public service have contributed greatly to safety in our communities and will leave a lasting impact on the United States of America. Congratulations, Mr. Brown, on your well-deserved retirement. I know the FBI and the American people are forever indebted to you for your work to keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Arizonans are sick and tired of the chaos at the Department of Homeland Security. Instead of targeting hardened criminals, DHS is arresting hardworking people off our streets to meet arbitrary deportation quotas. Faith leaders in my district tell me constituents are avoiding church, keeping kids home from school, and skipping medical care, terrified of being profiled based on the color of their skin. To meet their quotas, DHS is proposing turning an industrial warehouse in a Phoenix suburb into a 1,500 bed detention facility. ICE's acting director called it, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings, unquote. People across the political spectrum are strongly opposing this, and for good reason. They don't want human beings held in a makeshift jail down the street from their child's high school. They don't want masked agents in their church parking lot. None of this makes Arizonans safer. Congress has a duty to rein in the Department of Homeland Security that is absolutely out of control. I won't stop until that happens. I yield back.
This is the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition. Oh, for what purpose? Texas. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A core part of American sovereignty is the ability to determine who's able to enter our country. And the sole purpose of our immigration system is to benefit American citizens. That's why today I introduced a bill that would implement a Somalia immigration moratorium. Mr. Speaker, we've seen the multi-billion-dollar Somalia fraud scandal just in the past week, and Americans are furious. And the reality is that Somalian immigration makes America less prosperous, less safe, and less culturally cohesive. 78% of Somali immigrants in Minnesota alone receive welfare benefits, even after being in the United States for 10 years or longer. Somali men commit crimes at rates significantly higher than Americans, and only about half of Somali immigrants can speak English very well, again, even after being in our country for over a decade. The reality is that Somalia's clan-based society is unassimilable into American society. It's time to put the American people first, and I urge the House to support my bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
As for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the extraordinary life and legacy of my constituent and the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Bob Weir. Bob was more than a musical icon. He was a neighbor, a friend, and a beloved part of our North Bay community. For decades, Bob made his home in Marin, raised his family there, opened his doors to other artists, and helped build the vibrant local music vibe that so many of us cherish. He played intimate shows at Mill Valley's Sweetwater and took the stage at the Mountain Theater atop Mount Tamalpais. Bob's music, his generosity, unmistakable creative spirit helped define the identity of the North Coast. His legacy will endure every time a kid picks up a guitar, every time the lights come up at the Sweetwater, every time music echoes across Mount Tam. We are grateful that he made our community part of his life, and we send our love to his family, his friends, and all my fellow deadheads across the world. And Mr. Speaker, let the record reflect I delivered these remarks barefoot in honor of Bobby Weir. I think he would appreciate that. I yield back.
Reminder to observe proper decorum on the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Congress is leaving, won't be back until next week. If it's like every other weekend, a lot of the what you see on television is going to be incidents going on in Minnesota affected by the immigration situation. I remind my colleagues and the American people that we are a nation of immigrants, but every year we swear in about 800, we naturalize about 800,000 new folks. That's about 5 times what it was when I was a child. 16% of the people in our country were not born in America. That's the highest it's been since before 1890. We have nothing to apologize for that we are not letting enough people in this country. But sadly, there are too many elected officials who are, in essence, wanting to get rid of the immigration laws. We saw this in the 2016 election, in which way too many Democrats promised free medical care for people who come
Gentleman's
here.
time has expired.
In any event, we are very generous to immigrants. We cannot have unlimited immigration.
For what purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Thomas Massey and my Epstein Transparency Act led to millions of files being released that have shocked the conscience of the nation. Today, I call for Congress to haul in front of the Oversight Committee every single person who emailed about going to Epstein's Island. They need to answer some basic questions. Who raped these underage girls from working class families? What did they see? What did they know? What did they participate in? The American people are frustrated with the rich and powerful getting a different set of justice. There cannot be two tiers of justice in America, and I will not rest until the people who committed these heinous crimes and this heinous behavior are held accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my deep frustration and anger for the people of Northwest Indiana's 1st Congressional District as they open their heating bills that have skyrocketed this winter. Hoosiers understand that utility rates are regulated at the state level, but they also understand, just as we do here, that federal policy plays a role in whether our nation is increasing energy supply or restricting it. It is simple economics. When supply goes up, prices go down. Unfortunately, recent actions by this administration have moved us in the wrong direction. In Northwest Indiana, 2 major energy projects that would have increased supply and lowered costs were canceled. An $8 billion hydrogen project at BP Refinery in Whiting, supported by labor, industry, the state, higher education partners, and the federal government, were halted. An $18 million alternative aviation fuel project in East Chicago was also canceled. These projects would have strengthened our energy supply, created jobs, and supported our regional economy for decades to come. I thank you, and I yield back, and I urge the House to find ways to increase energy supply so we can lower the costs in Northwest Indiana. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentlemen from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor an exceptional member of my staff who's moving on to his next chapter. Mark Raborden, my Deputy District Director, has served the people of Virginia's 7th Congressional District with distinction for more than 4 years. Mark began his service to the 7th Congressional District working for my dear friend and predecessor, former Congresswoman and now Governor Abigail Spanberger. He has continued to deliver results for Central and Northern Virginia on my team with the same professionalism and care. From day one, his dedication has made a real difference in the lives of the people we serve. Always calm, steady, and deeply knowledgeable, Mark has been a trusted presence and an invaluable resource to our constituents and our team. A true public servant, Mark earned his nickname, the mayor, in our office, because he knows the communities, local leaders, and needs of the 7th District better than just about anyone. While we will miss him, we are grateful for his service and wish him every success in his next endeavor. Thank you, Mark, for your service to Virginia's 7th Congressional District, and good luck in your new role serving Virginians. I yield back.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heart full of joy to celebrate a story that reminds us why sports, family, and community matter. At the University of Toledo, sophomore rocket Miriam Diallo was greeted after a hard-fought win by her mother, Francisca. Her mom had traveled 4,300 miles from Germany to see her daughter play women's college basketball at UT in person for the very first time. Francisca often stays up past midnight to watch Miriam's games on TV because of the 6-hour time difference. Just imagine the embrace in the stands, the tears, the joy, and the gratitude. Miriam's performance showed talent, discipline, and resilience, but the real victory was love made visible. This community wrapped an international student in a sense of belonging, friendship, and a second family. That's the spirit of Toledo. That is the promise of America. To Francisca, thank you for your sacrifice. To Miriam, thank you for inspiring us. And to the Rocket family, keep lifting one another higher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak for 5 minutes.
I can only entertain requests for 1 minute.
We'll wait.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to forcefully speak against Trump's administration's horrific ICE abuses and to demand accountability for the deaths of 45 individuals who have died within the custody of DHS since the start of 2025. 2025 was the deadliest year for ICE detention in 2 decades, with 37 total deaths. Already in 2026, 8 more individuals have died, including the murders of Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. The American public is outraged at the brutality of ICE, and they demand accountability. According to polls, 76% of Americans, including 79% of Latinos, have seen the video footage of the murder of Renee Nicole Good. 57% of Americans, both Democrats and Republicans, disapprove of the way ICE is enforcing immigration laws. Put simply, ICE is out of control. The number of people with no criminal records being detained is 16 times greater than in previous administration. 92% of individuals recently held in ICE detention have no criminal conviction whatsoever. More than 170 U.S. citizens have been wrongfully detained at raids and protests. More than 20 of them were held incommunicado through a significant period of time without being able to call their loved ones or an attorney. And DHS is now claiming they can enter anyone's home without a warrant signed by a judge, clearly ignoring the Fourth Amendment of our Constitution. A recent memo distorting the truth was circulated to our offices. Still, congressional Republicans continue to fund this rogue agency without restraint. Congress already gave ICE $75 billion through the 2025 reconciliation bill. They pay for this slush fund by cutting health care and nutrition assistance while giving tax cuts to rich millionaires and billionaires. This chamber has decided to continue funding for ICE without any accountability whatsoever. As we begin negotiating to fund DHS for the rest of the year, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is unified in demanding real accountability provisions, including requiring for ICE agents to identify themselves, prohibiting agents from wearing masks during enforcement, restricting the use of deadly force, strengthening hiring and training standards, enforcing humanitarian standards in ICE custody, and protecting sensitive locations. Members of the Hispanic Caucus and the Progressive Caucus stand united in opposition to giving ICE 1 more cent without meaningful reform. In fact, I think ICE should be dismantled altogether. We are finalizing a bill that will do just that, rescind the agency's funding and rebuild it from the ground up. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Ilham Omar.
Thank you, Mr. Asbayat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two of my constituents, Renee Good and Alex Preddy, beloved neighbors and community members, were murdered by federal immigration enforcement agents. These are not distant headlines. These were beloved community members fighting to protect their neighbors. Alex Petty was a 37-year-old ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA who cared for veterans. He was a healer, and he should be alive. Renee Good, a 37-year-old beloved wife, mother, community member, should be alive. Kristi Noem's DHS must be held accountable. We cannot continue to operate as if this terror is acceptable. We cannot allow federal agency, one that was created for the purpose to terrorize, to function as an occupying force in our community. Real accountability starts with abolishing ICE, impeaching Kristi Noem, and rethinking how we enforce immigration policy in this country. And we cannot stop there. We must demand that those who are responsible for terrorizing our community are investigated thoroughly, not by the agencies that oversee them, by truly independent authorities. We have seen federal agencies block state investigation, stonewall accountability. This is unacceptable. Our system of justice cannot tolerate a situation where people are killed and only response is silence, spin, or justification from the administration's officials. Minnesota was once known as a place of refuge. Now it has been turned into a war zone by a federal government that has lost sight of the values that make America great. Everything we love, our communities, our rights, our Constitution, our humanity is on the line right now. We have to fight like our future depends on it, because it does. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sylvia Garcia.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm a lawyer. I have served as a judge. I know what the rule of law demands. What this administration is doing with ICE is not enforcement, it's lawlessness, it's cruelty. They have turned ICE into a force of masked thugs. In my community, in the Houston area, people are paying the price. Luis Gustavo Nunez Cáceres died in ICE custody near Houston. DHS claims it was heart failure. But this administration has shown such contempt for the truth, we can't believe a darn thing they say. His family's demanding answers, and so are we. I have requested the death report, but Mr. Speaker, ICE has yet to respond. Under Trump, as noted earlier, 43 people have died in DHS custody or at the hands of DHS agents or their contractors. This is not a coincidence. This is cruelty masquerading as policy. And in Minneapolis, 2 Americans were murdered by federal immigration agents, Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. We've all seen the videos. We know both deaths were completely unjustified. We know that this was not domestic terrorism. The American people know it too. No matter how much this president tells us not to believe our very own ICE. And instead of accountability, the felon in the White House rushed to smear and lie about the victims. It's a disgrace, it's shameful, it's immoral. This administration is terrorizing our communities, threatening our cities, trampling on the Constitution, and tearing our country apart. It must stop, and it must stop now. Congress must act. Stop ICE now. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Rob Menendez.
Thank you, Chairman. In the span of 2 weeks, our country was shaken by the tragic killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, who lost their lives because of the violent and reckless choices that the Trump administration has made. When I went to Minneapolis shortly after Renee Good's killing, I heard firsthand how the Trump administration's dangerous escalation of immigration enforcement is a threat to not just Minnesota, but to every community and to every American. Since Trump took office, at least 6 people have died during enforcement activities by federal agents. But people are not just dying in our streets, they are also dying in immigration detention centers run by ICE and by private companies that have been empowered to profit off detaining mothers, fathers, and children who pose no threat to our communities. Just last year alone, 32 people died in ICE detention, including Gene Wilson Brutus, who had been detained at Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey. And while this administration claims they have our community's best interests in mind, they have already proved through their actions from New Jersey to Minnesota and across the country that safety is not their priority. No one is safe in Trump's America. Not mothers, not fathers, not our elders, and not even our children. That's why we must continue to stand up and fight for our communities, and why we must drive Trump's paramilitary out of our communities, why we must end ICE, why we must end private detention centers, why we must remove Secretary Noem, why we must remove Stephen Miller, and why we must continue to fight for the soul of our nation. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Paul Tonko.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Congressional Hispanic Caucus and Congressional Progressive Caucus for convening this very important discussion this evening. Over the past year, the Trump administration has pursued immigration enforcement actions that are deplorable, inhumane, and indeed deadly. Last month, in my district, in New York's capital region, a family of 5, including an 8-month-old who is reportedly a U.S. citizen, was detained and deported after ICE entered their apartment without a judicial warrant, a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment. In December, our Afghan community was repeatedly targeted, including ICE arresting a father and son after they exited a mosque following morning prayer. People who fled the Taliban, fearing for their lives and their families' lives, are now wondering if they will be